Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing the new MSQ stuff, which means that if you're watching this and you haven't reached the new content, and you don't want any spoilers, you may want to not be watching this. However, if you don't mind the spoilers or have already done this content, then feel free to hang out. Let's begin immediately and jump into the crowd of people, of course. Once more into the void. Kaitsu, as always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. You will recall that, in exchange for Ether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At Yustola's suggestion, I began providing said Ether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I would set forth for the void once more. Excellent. I shall inform Yustola and Justinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemists. In the meantime, may I ask you to fetch Zero? Hey Pokeshack, how are you doing? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting Yuji and Kama. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here. You're fine? That's good to hear. I'm good. I've been working on job guides all day. Have you done the new MSQ yet, or is this the way you're going to experience it with me? Wait a minute. The bridge. That bridge. I'm going to do the MSQ as Paladin, so I get some more time to learn Paladin before I put forth a guide on it. In particular, I had an interesting experience when I was getting my first impressions where I just could not for the life of me remember that Goring Blade is an attack every time I did the burst, which is hilarious. You're experiencing it with me. Did you manage to do the previous like 6.2's MSQ at least? Then it would at least fix together.
Everyone is so carefree. Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness, and how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant. Such luxury is a loss to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end, at times a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed, or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart. But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why. What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end? But enough about that man. He is dead and we are all better for it. Why are you here? Was there something you needed? So you're heading back now. Then as per our bargain, I will go as well.
Let's see. Pokeshack says, I'm watching your impressions, but then I see you on stream and came here. Well, I'm glad that you decided to join me live. And then you said you reached 6.1 and then you stopped playing, but I wanted to see a little of the game after this week. Well, if you are interested, I should have the entirety of 6.2's MSQ on a stream VOD as well, so you can always, if you want, you can watch that to like connect the dots after. I understand that you stopped because of some real life issues that came in the way, so I don't know how long it'll be before you'll have an opportunity to connect the dots yourself, so that's why I'm suggesting it. I can also say, just as the short version, that I do feel that the new Paladin seems to be pretty nice, and I feel like a lot of people have received it well, people that seem to have a stronger opinion on Paladin in general, whereas I'm more like, if the Paladin players are happy, that's good. If I don't like Paladin, I'll just eventually play something else, so that's fine for me. But the people that main Paladin would be, you know, without a main if Paladin was changed for the worse. But it seems like it has been well received.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
What is it?
He's calling. What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Far to the north. That was all I could discern.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
As good a place to start as any. My apologies, Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return?
You've kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald. It's me. Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there. We're to rendezvous at Tertium. We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Then it seems we're all set.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
Well, with that kind of an opening with the sad music over the patch title, I have a feeling that this is going to be really sad. Oh dear. Pope Jack says, I reached like 14 minutes of the stream and then my brain exploded with the Boring Blade 1 minute cooldown and the spells that can be used in the middle of the combo. I'm pretty sure that Holy Spirit could be weaved between combo actions before the rework as well. It's just that it was never relevant. Like, there was never, ever a situation where you would. In fact, I think that is one of the best additions with the rework, is that before the rework, you get Clemency, and you're like, great, when will I use this? Only in emergencies. Generally speaking, it's a DPS loss to even use it in the first place. Thanks. Then you get Holy Spirit. Oh, awesome. What do I use this for? You use it for pulling. Oh, okay. Anything else? Nope. Then you get Requiescent, and then it's like, now you use Holy Spirit 5 times, but only for Requiescent. It's like if Warrior got Inner Release, but no way to generate Beast Gauge. So you can use Fell Cleave, but only when it's free. Which would be ridiculous. And then you get the Holy Circle, and it's like, it's actually to the point where it's like, it's not actually worth using outside of Requiescent again, until you're at a level where it starts healing you, in which case it is like a desperate tactic where, well, you can sacrifice damage for healing if you need it. But it's like an ongoing problem with the old version of Paladin, that you get all these spells, but pretty much all of them are completely useless unless you're using Requiescent. Now, because of how Royal Authority has been changed, you have a reason to use spells. In fact, Holy Spirit has been adjusted to a potency level, and because your rotation isn't as set in stone as it used to be, you have a little bit more wiggle room in it. You can use Holy Spirit. It is not a DPS loss to just randomly use Holy Spirit, because it's actually slightly stronger than your 1-2-3 combo. Like, as soon as we start thinking about Atonement, that's another story, but Holy Spirit is good now. On its own, Holy Spirit is good. With Divine Might from Royal Authority, it's better than your combo, but on its own, Holy Spirit is good, which is extremely important because they've reworked Requiescent and Confiteor to a point where you will not use Requiescent on Holy Spirit anymore. One of the complaints I heard, I can't remember who it was, but someone on stream complained about that they really hated how Paladin would just stand there and cast Holy Spirit 4 times in a row. It looked really silly. and then Confiteor. That is gone. Well, at a certain level when you start to get Confiteor and stuff, but overall you will only use Holy Spirit like once, and then do some other stuff, and then Holy Spirit again. Pokejack says, God's Revel! Ah yes, Susano, the true primal that revels. And then you said, I understand your final combo activates a passive and you can use an instant spell, but how to use Requiescat? So, just to take the short version and then we'll continue with the main story here. Holy Spirit now has a potency, as it is, and a cast time. When you use your 1-2-3 combo, you get a buff that makes your next Holy Spirit or Holy Circle instant and have more potency. Basically, you add 100 potency. Incidentally, that is far more significant on Holy Circle than on Holy Spirit, but it's significant enough that it makes both of them great. When you use Requiescat, which is still, you know, an instant ability, and by the way, Requiescat benefits from Fight or Flight's damage bonus now, so before it was like, I mean, you could use Requiescat during Fight or Flight, but technically it was optional. Now, it is crucial that you use Requiescat during Fight or Flight, so you don't miss out on extra damage, because before Requiescat did unaspected damage, which means magic damage, and Fight or Flight only boosted physical damage. Now Fight or Flight boosts all damage, so Requiescat is boosted by it. And the way Requiescat works is that it boosts Holy Spirit, Holy Circle, and the entire Confiteor combo, which is what it's referred to as now, because Confiteor now just says that it does damage, and can only be used during Confiteor ready, and then the blades all say they combo. One of them says that it combos directly from Confiteor, and then you go from there. So that these 4 steps are the Confiteor combo now. Weirdly, the last and first part of it are the strongest parts, so it has like this strange curve. But as they also spent Requiescat stacks now to get this potency, you will use Requiescat, and then you will use Confiteor, Blade of Faith, Blade of Truth, and then Blade of Valor, to spend all 4 stacks of Requiescat, because it has been reduced to 4, which means that there will be none left over to use Holy Spirit. And the reason why you won't use any on Holy Spirit is because Holy Spirit gains 300 potency from it and becomes instant, but Confiteor gains 500 potency from it. And each of the blades also gain 500 potency from it. As a matter of fact, if you use Blade of Faith without Requiescat active, I would argue that unless it's on AoE, it's actually even on AoE, Blade of Faith without Requiescat is a DPS loss, just outright. And Blade of Truth is just on the cusp of a DPS loss, and Blade of Valor is better than not Blade of Valor, but it's hardly worth using. It's not worth the lead up, so it's extremely important that you make sure that Requiescat is spent on these 4 attacks. Super, super important. Which means that the entire rotation kind of fits together. There's also a little fun mistake, and I know, Pokejack, you love weird tooltips. Requiescat says that it increases the potency of Holy Spirit, Holy Circle, and all Confiteor combo actions. And spells will require no cast time. I know that the "and spells will require no cast time" sort of implies this, but isn't it weird that the only action not mentioned is Clemency, which also becomes instant during Requiescat? It's just randomly not mentioned. They could have just said "and Clemency," and it would have been 4, and it would have worked out. You would have just looked at it and thought, well, Confiteor doesn't have a cast time, so that doesn't matter, does it? But they didn't do it like that. Anyway. Exactly, Pokejack. It's like when you say you unlock Holy Spirit and it's like shield throw without enmity. Now Holy Spirit is good. You will still mainly use it in the opener instead of Shield Lob, but it's good now, just on its own. By all accounts, Azdaia is Golbez's prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be that she managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is mere conjecture. If you want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let's make for Tertium. Our friends are waiting. Also, just want to point out, saying it's me works on phones. Like, Estinian would call up Alphino, for instance, and then Alphino would take the phone, and then Estinian would be like, it's me. And that would work because Alphino saw on his phone that it said Estinian is calling. But he just calls on the link pearl where Alphino just suddenly hears the ding dong, and then Estinian but just says, it's me. You're welcome, Pokeshack. Of course, I dig a little deeper in all these things on that First Impressions stream VOD.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. They've taken steps towards forming an interim government, but it will be some time before any large-scale reconstruction effort can be carried out in earnest.
So we'll keep doing what we can until they can finally stand on their own. A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
Sounds like quite the undertaking.
Indeed, it has not been easy. But we've been able to make progress thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls. The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter. Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time.
Though you yourself helped them take one especially big step, didn't you? In vanquishing that blasphemy in the Tower of Babel? Thank you. I can only hope that your deed will help the people to find peace and closure.
But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
The 13th. After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while. But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
You could have at least invited me too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
I thought you were busy.
mostly. But on a more serious note, are we sure it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around? I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
You're right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos. To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand. As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ashdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galdemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
As a matter of fact, we may have. In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
We're not sure. But as Eulus reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon void-sent servants. The very same I believe you have mastered.
Ah, a Reaper reference.
While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ashdaya was indeed called from the void...
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Then we must assume these events have indeed been orchestrated.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Eulus may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Why did we meet in Tertium? If we had to go to Camp Broken Glass anyway. I suppose the argument is that Alphino and Alice couldn't possibly have known that we needed Eulus. Oh, Kaizo, what a welcome surprise. And I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that's an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies, should we require any. Apologies if we interrupt, Julius, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. We've just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. Is this about the Voidsent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? Yes, they had a village there in the Lapis Manalis caverns. The Scythe-wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. And when some were unmasked as insurrectionists, the order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. Speaking of their art, it seems you've picked it up. Who was it that taught you? Ah yes, a second Reaper reference. Well, I suppose it's neither here nor there now. My sister had been taken captive by Voidsent. I sensed her presence in this land and have come in search of her. If Voidsent had been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphinaud tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you're going to need a Magitech snowcraft. Alas, the last remaining functional one we have had has broken down. Should still be over in Cerulean Ingens, where it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Sid, probably. Perhaps the former engineers at FFXIV. Their duty included transporting ceruleum tanks to Juturna Platform G using snowcraft. I expect they had to maintain a few over the years. That's worth looking into, I'd say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Voidsent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well versed in the local geography. Alice, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to FFXIV? We can chat on the way. Everyone disperse! The fact that Paladin's burst is so incredibly front-loaded now, by the way, can be really helpful for open-world content. There's no one that said that you had to open with a 1-2-3 combo or anything. You could actually just run up to something and just fight or flight and smack it with Goring Blade right out the gate, and then use Requiescer to do your big combo. That might be really helpful, actually. If you want to eavesdrop, be my guest. It doesn't matter to me.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people? What is it that you stand to gain?
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I?
I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right. To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
And now we're here. We should get back to it, but before we do... Are you alright, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No, I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I'm ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tapper's Den. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive, so let's speak with the first one we spot. Welcome back, Pokeshack. And that's alright. I hope you enjoy. I think it's very interesting with Zero. It's like coming from a completely different universe, and that's quite literally where she came from. And then coming to not only a universe that is very different, but one where people interact completely differently. A particular aspect that I think that is very understandable from Zero is that what she believes is you don't do something for nothing. You wouldn't do something for nothing. That is pointless. You would only help someone else if you somehow stand to benefit from it. Or if you're bound by a contract, which implies that they somehow paid you with something else in advance. So in both cases, you're only doing this because you either stand to gain from it or you already gained from it. Which is an interesting point when you then come upon someone like Alizé, or the Warrior of Light, who will just do things because someone asked. Pokjack says... Endwalker the expansion and black and white, snow and the moon and the space. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of grays in this story.
Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, Alizé. The trip across the lake is hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions.
Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Ancients. We were told you might be up to the task.
Ah, so you want to ride the mammoth?
It has a name.
That's what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size. As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. I'll see if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness.
Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass, and we'll take it from there. So far so good, Geyser. Let's be on our way. And then they faded into nothingness. I wonder if we're not going to be fighting anything until we reach the dungeon. Pokjack says, hey Zero, where do you come from? From a universe with music from Linkin Park, a lot of zippers and black clothes. Well, that doesn't sound too far from any Final Fantasy universe. It's like, so where are you from? Well, a universe where there's a lot of belts. They come from Kingdom Hearts. That's also true. Kingdom Hearts is like, well, we can't use that many belts. Final Fantasy has that. Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft?
I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big, and so are its parts. Some strong backs should make the work go faster. You have ours. Weird how we have almost the same voice, doesn't it?
You finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Aye, we have a solid grasp of that area, as well as the site of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for Voidsent and other unruly wildlife.
Much obliged, miss. And let us all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixing.
Meanwhile, they have matters here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Katsu? Now that you're here anyway. How about you, Zero? Let me just fix my hat again. I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. Someone worked really hard on that adjust hat animation. Better get the most value out of it. I'm just kidding, but Zero has done that animation like 4 times. Just in the past 40 minutes. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilsabard contingent brings in shipments of food, medicine and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertium, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Well, Katsu, it looks like you're with me then. Voidsent sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Eblan Rime, shall we? Does that mean we get to fight something now? Oh boy! Invoked access meantime in the zero universe. Ah yes, Evanescence. Voidsent was spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Broken Glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward and I'll have a look to the north. If you should encounter any Voidsent, I wouldn't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. Your loss. You know how this works, LSA. You gave me a quest. Enemies are bound to appear. Oh, that was the wrong button. I already messed it up. Oh well. This is just a massacre. I'm not sure which ones are mine, so I guess we'll just kill everything. I guess I finished? I think I finished. That's true. The last step is okay without the buff, but it and since that they add the same like static amount of potency, it isn't that bad. That was the most gross overkill ever. I shouldn't have used fight or flight for that, that's for certain. But see, that is exactly why I'm playing Paladin for the main quest, so that I can get caught up a bit, because normally you would learn all of these, like, you survey your surroundings, but do not spy any errant void scent. You like learn all of these muscle memory and like learn how it's supposed to be done as you level up, and if you haven't had the opportunity to level up while learning the things, then it gets difficult. Survey your surroundings, but do not spy any errant void scent. I wonder where the quest continues from. It wouldn't perhaps be the big blob of characters.
All finished, are we? Good. The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary. Subsisting on charity. Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security. Though things will never be as they once were. If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward. If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
You're doing your best. Anyone can see that.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to. Still, I appreciate your support. Well, our work here is done. We should be heading back. I hope Alphano and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else. She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Meanwhile, at Tertium.
Thank you, miss. Thank you. This feels strangely familiar.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Fine by me.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Oh.
Did I say something odd?
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand. Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Get along? I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
Azim step-style dumplings. Buds, they call them.
Oh yeah, booze. We learned about those briefly in the last Small Kai stream. How fascinating. What a coincidence. I love that. Wow.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right?
Nicely done. Nice animation.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle though.
Interesting.
Interesting good, or interesting...
Look at that. They've even made this booze partly eaten. Someone made a partly eaten half of a booze for this cutscene. That is excellent.
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
Oh, Eulus, getting acquainted with Zero, are we?
I suppose I am.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
Ah, everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work. I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
Alphino! Alize!
I think it's really wonderful that we reached this point in this Garlemald story that you can see that everyone trusts Alphino and Alice to the point that they'll come to them with their problems. Like, they know that they can help, almost like a leader of some sort, but instead of, referring to him on a title or something, they specifically just call them, Alphino and Alice. They never asked to be called anything else, so it makes sense. They wouldn't be called anything else, but I think it's very, very nice that it is like that. I really do. And let's see, Pokejack says, I can imagine what happens with the leader of the Eulus division when I see that he lost. But see that I'm right with his future was how to say, seeing the white food, yeah, actually that was the first thing I thought of, was that it looked like meal. That was like my immediate reaction was like, is this meal? No, it can't be. Wow. What an incredible reward.
Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Voidsent are approaching from the mountains to the east. Their numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. What? But Y'shtola and the others? Anyone outside of Tertium is in danger. We must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obligated to help. What's more, death in this world is absolute. You asked me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing.
You were just given a booze,
That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough?
You're right, Zero. You're not obligated to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the booze I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be willing to stand and watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to go out and see the people to safety.
Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. I dare say Tertium will be safe with Zero here. Let's go and find Y'shtola and the others, and assist with the evacuation.
Holy moly, Zero. You're not learning a thing. You're talking with Alizé, learning how we work, and then you just circle back around and go, but actually. Tertium will be fine. Julius and his people have weathered far worse. We must make haste to the snowcraft, where our friends and the engineers should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Voidsent. If it comes to it, we must be prepared for battle. I'm ready, don't you worry. How about you, Kaiser? Upon departing from Tertium, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again for the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests, or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Oh boy. Look guys, I'm under-geared for this. I only have an item level of 620.
Report. Lost contact. When? Voidsent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
If it was Voidsent, you'd be a fool to go alone.
Yeah, but bring who, Zero?
They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
What? No! I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Voidsent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
Damn these demons!
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kindred, why do you interfere? Ah, of course. You sold your soul to feed.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
Oh, interesting. I wonder what her actions are. Wouldn't happen to be like simple Reaper stuff, would it? Let's see here, Communio as a 25-second cooldown. That's pretty good. Engrave is a jumping attack, that's what she uses. Bloodbath on a 50% uptime, that's pretty good. AoE combo, single target combo. Alright, so... And it's instant. That's pretty good. Hold this.
A deal is a deal. I cannot let you pass. More of them.
That jump has a really weird delay. It feels very awkward to use.
Still more.
Huh? Oh, interesting name. I suppose he's the leader? Huh? What's that? Ah, yes. You have to soak them. Makes sense. Need to keep track of which one spawns. Wouldn't recommend using the janky mobility option while you need to soak something like this. It would be too dangerous and you might just move out of it or not move fast enough. And then we wait with Communio for Bloodbath and boom. Wait a minute. Oh, only physical damage counts. It's pretty important. Should have taken note of that earlier. Oh dear. It's a lot of things at once. Blackout. Ow.
Not good.
That's fine, Zero. Or maybe it's not fine. Get as many GZDs into the heal as we can. Oh no. Looks like that was intended to be impossible, because the two last ones would explode at the same time every time.
How big must the gate be for their light to come through?
He looks very unamused.
Is this it then? Just like that time. When light still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Stand aside if you value your life.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
You're not taking another step towards that village.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
And now we can get back to our business.
Get up, damn you! Too weak. I need help. Someone, please. The same mistakes, the same ends. Again and again. What should I? What could I have done? What? You. What are you doing here?
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
You're not finished yet, Zero. Let's fight together.
All right. I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
It literally says to me, oh, in the coming battle you'll fight as yourself. Good. I'd hope so. Oh, what? Let's see. Numbers. Can I actually... I don't think I can... Should I ignore these?
My strength is spent. I'll only get in the way.
Chin up! We'll get through this together!
Guess what I forgot again? I have not used Goring Blade in this fight yet. That is terrible.
Stay sharp.
Yeah, it's so much better. Like, it's so much more flexible. There's so much more you can do. Like, Atonement finally feels like the kind of filler that it feels like they wanted it to be. Oh, now I know why I keep missing the Goring Blade. It's because for some reason my brain is just not registering it, because I'm used to it being, well, you know, it needs to have the outline around it for the combo, and it doesn't. So I can't make myself click it randomly because it doesn't have the prerequisite. It's not ready yet. And that was the wrong way to use Holy Circle, that's for certain. Should we be just killing the small things? Kill the ads? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing right now. It seemed like the big crystals didn't work, that's for certain. Oh! Zero limit break. Can I heal her? Is that an option? Or does Alphino have that covered? This feels a little ridiculous. I can't really do anything for you, friend. I'm over here almost one-shotting every single thing, and they're still on her constantly. This is ridiculous. I'm not appreciating this very much. There we go. That was pretty wild.
You did well to find me out here.
We have Eulus to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
There would have been more casualties if not for you.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
Zero, are you all right?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh. What are you doing?
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
Pokeshack says, Eulus X0 changed my mind. You know, I think it would be a very interesting way for Zero to just drop the whole pay me act if she just eventually accrued so many favors that she doesn't need any payment. She's just like, meh, I'll be fine. There's like, pretty much everyone I know owes me a thing or two, so if I need anything, I'll just say, pay up. Which is also an interesting contrast to one of the side quests in Endwalker. One of those I did today. I'm not going into detail, I don't want to spoil it. Zero's coalescing aboard the train. Eulus has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. Can't help but wonder though, what possessed her to go and fight all those Voidsent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one boost would suffice. Think someone has been a bad influence on her. What? What do you mean? Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. Wow, one entire materia for all this? Oh, you shouldn't have, Alice. I can't see a thing. As Alice said, many people owe Zero their lives. This is not her world, nor her battle to fight, yet she risked life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not soon be forgotten. Now then, I I expect that our friends will return soon. Once everyone has gathered, we can take stock of the situation. Apologies for the delay. I finished replenishing my ether. Full glad am I to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you. Those soldiers not least of all. Not stoically. Tipsap. How fared you? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of voids and en route to the snowcraft, but we had the benefit of numbers.
With their help, we quickly dispatched all the voids that came our way. Thankfully, they stayed dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport.
Which is how Alice, Katsu, and I came to find you. While the immediate threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For void sent to appear in such numbers, we must assume that a void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning more of them can come through at their leisure. It seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Invernales as you intend. What is the state of the snowcraft? Nearly operational, I believe. Vitra is with the engineer, who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulean Ingens? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me, a compulsion, a desire to act that has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to, and to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. I would also like to join you in tracing the voids into their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the voids are coming from and see that they stop. Take care, Zero. I will. Yeah, exactly. Look, no more payment. Well, to be fair, the reason why in 6.2 that she didn't... I believe the reason why in 6.2 that when we basically save her life by dragging her away when she's unconscious, it doesn't really count for her because technically she had already saved our lives at some point. So whether who owed who was hard to determine. Besides, she fell in a battle that we explicitly requested her to do. So that was sort of on us to like watch her back on that one, so it didn't count. Here, Julius asks her, well, she asks Julius to do something in his place on dubious payment reasonings. And then people completely unrelated to that pact, as she says, comes and saves her from certain death. She can't repay that very easily. So it would make sense for her to not request payment. She has counted something she didn't get told should be considered payment. She has considered that payment before.
There you are. Your timing couldn't be better. Thanks to Vashan's help, I managed to finish the repairs faster than I anticipated. The mammoth is ready for the snow once more.
Oh, nice music.
You can leave the piloting to me, too. It'd be my pleasure to get you to where you need to go.
You're too kind. Thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Lapis Manale is now accessible. I want to see what our options are. We have Ashan, whose job is Satrap. I believe he plays a Dragoon or Paladin, if I remember correctly. It's funny that he has the, like, any role icon, but he's technically not any role because Alphino is the designated sage. And then we have the Memoriate. And we also have Yustola, who's a sorceress, not a black mage. However, let's do it with players. That's more fun that way, isn't it? Oop. Pokeshak says, what is the name of that theme? I like it since Shadowbringers with Thalos. I don't know what it's called. It's the kind of song where it's very good in the correct context, but I've never like felt the need to look it up. Because it's so good, because they are really good at choosing their spots. But I don't actually know what it's called, but it certainly has that perfect effect of ah, yes, now things are rolling smooth. Now this would be the first dungeon I do as Paladin beyond level new Paladin beyond level 50. I can say that below at level 50 and below, Paladin feels completely unchanged. It plays the exact same way it always did. The only difference in the way that you play the job at level 50 and below is that fight or flight has a shorter duration. That's it. Everything else is the same. There's like, yeah, Sheltron is a flat damage reduction now, which also means that you can block in addition to Sheltron's effect. But that doesn't really change anything for how it feels to play. But already at level 52 we start to see changes, so that's why, like, there's so many changes from level 50 to 70, and then they add a little bit after that. Now I wonder how many paladins are in the queue. I'm going to do this dungeon as Paladin, so that's just how it is. That's how it be. I wonder what that theme was called. Oh, there we go. Who are you?
I'm the Shadowbringer.
He set the line! Now, I wonder if my 3 teammates have set up their portraits. You can see the portraits right there. They have not set them up. Let me just fix this positioning, that's really bad. It was not a button at the start of dungeons, like when it says duty commenced, it will now show everyone's portraits. It happens automatically. But to set your portraits, you have to go in here on the character thing. Yeah, exactly, Pokecheck. Now people will be able to see the portraits that you used to just make for PvP. I actually sat the other day and made portraits for all my jobs to make sure that I was ready for this. I'm not sure where the packs are, so I feel like I have to sprint way in advance. YOLO! I could have moved those mobs more nicely into the summoner's circle, but I'm still learning the ropes here. I suppose it's fine. That is an interesting looking boss and is named Albion. I feel like there's something happening that I can't see. Oh! What? What? Alright. Less alright. Left slam. Oh, do those like expand out? Icebreaker. That was certainly not what I expected it would do. Let me just say that. Okay, there it is. We can do that. That'll work. It's just much easier to like adjust your rotation on the fly and use things like Holy Spirit as like a filler spell now that there is actually space in your rotation to, you know, do that. Oh wait, left slam and animals. Animals. Right slam. It just looks so ridiculous when you just see like a stampede coming in from the side randomly. 605. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Albion Online is an MMORPG where you write your own story. You are what you wear.
I actually played that at launch. The sad part is that it is too mandatory with the PvP, and because of how the PvP works, you just throw people at the problem, which means that the biggest guilds win. Which is not, in my opinion, not that fun. I'm not trying to say that that it's not necessarily good, but it's not for me. That's for certain. I don't PvP enough for me. Hey Rallo, how are you doing? I'm really enjoying Paladin, as I've said multiple times on stream. It feels way more flexible. It's an important thing to bring up because I know that I have I believe on my tank comparison video, I had a little conversation in the comments about the flexibility of tank jobs. And one thing that Paladin really didn't like is that the Paladin is extremely fixed. The only way you can adjust to things is by knowing where to skip on the record, because the rotation is completely set in stone. There's no discussion on that aspect. But it's not like that anymore. Because of, I think the thing that makes it feel less fixed is simply that you don't have to keep your dots up, which sounds ridiculous, but it suddenly explains why it was so important for the rework that they decided to remove the dots. Because simply the fact that you don't have Goring Blade to reapply all the time means that you suddenly don't have to worry about that. That completely opens up the rotation to do whatever you want with it almost. Also, hello Exo, hope you're doing well. Does it feel like a new car? Yeah, it does. You could say that. I think that it's very possible that I'll continue to play Paladin a lot more now. Because the thing that made me not super keen on playing Paladin sometimes was specifically the extremely fixed rotation, whereas I liked Warrior because of its lack of a fixed rotation. Oh yeah, here's the goth girl that everyone's talking about. Just randomly here. Hanging out. I guess we should have known that it was going to be a donut into a circle AoE. What's that? Ah, I forgot Goring Blade again. Soul Nebula? I'm gonna shield the party. I don't know what to expect. What? What? Oh, I think I get it. Oh yeah, Machinist got a huge amount of changes too. That's true, Exo. Hey, wait a minute. This is the mechanic we just saw on the previous boss. The previous solo duty. Oh, don't look at each other. Oh boy. That is really strict. Yeah, that's true. Machinist got a lot of changes as what on earth? Here, probably. That's good. That's fine. Which was number 2? Oh boy. Which was number 3? Oh no. Uh-oh, someone got a Doom debuff? Are they going to get that any sooner? Yes, they are. Glassy eyes? I'm guessing it's a... Yep, there it is. Okay. Getting this boss. Nailed it. I like how they made such a unique fight, specifically reusing like a lot of details from the Reaper job. Oh, whoops. Mac and cheeses. I just now noticed the joke, Exo. That's really good. I just saw out of the corner of my eye that you said something that looked like Machinist, and I thought about how Machinist actually got a lot of quality of life in this patch. Just randomly snuck in there amongst all the Paladin changes. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, we're giving Machinist a lot of things they've asked about for basically years. Just added in amongst a bunch of other things. I have to say, I really feel like they really nailed Paladin, but it might just be the new car feeling. Who knows? I like it. I think it's great. Like a lot of ideas that have been added to the job over the years have been like adjusted to sort of fit together now. Whereas before they were sort of just like there. There's actually a little trick. If you know that you might need healing in a moment, you can always delay the Holy Circle or single GCD to make more value out of the 400 cure potency. Oh, there's the void gate.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Cagnazzo!
Cagnazzo!
Let me just make sure everyone's ready to fight. Yep, looks like we're good. Bit of a shame we had the cutscene because I had prepped the perfect opener situation.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint. Brace yourselves.
But what? No, I don't want to do that. Ah. I thought it was gonna be different. I keep forgetting Goring Blade. This time I remembered it in the very, very last moment. What on earth is he doing? Oof. Oh dear. And this is my moment. It's clemency time. Ah, never mind. That was incredibly brutal. Wow. That was wild. That's a good thing. We want the bosses to be difficult. We don't want them to be easy. And the content stays fun for longer. Part of the problem, I think, is that a lot of the mechanics right there at the start weren't very clear. Like those orbs appearing, the way they appeared made it look like it could mean multiple things. That's why I didn't really know what, like, how to react. This is, on the other hand, a little bit of a long run back.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint.
And this time we got Goring Blade on time. Raid white damage? And now is the orb thingies, right? Nope, this is not the place you want to be. It's fine. I think I can recover my rotation at the very least. By just skipping. Never mind. It's okay. Please live. Look at those massive shields. What? A lesser curse tide. What on earth is that supposed to mean? Oh. Ah, of course. That's pretty good. What? I'm guessing aim those away. Yep. Oh, they stay here. And now they stopped. This mechanic again. It's really, really scary. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm still alive. You did very impressively try. So I don't know, man. How does that look? Pretty cool. Now, if only there was more pieces, then I would be able to form a more of an opinion.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo. A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
I dare say what you felt was this.
By the sisters. What have you done to Ashdaya?
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez. Assuming you've the strength to face him. A pity I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done, and thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
By the gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
Oh, Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
So what now?
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more Voidsent.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
So, we have discovered the source of the Voidsent outbreak in Garlemald.
A gate forced open from the void.
The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I see little reason why the Reapers chose to live in such an inhospitable place.
Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an Archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy.
In the age of Alag, Empress Zande created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the void. One need but have the requisite amount of ether, such as that harbored by a Great Worm's eye. And its ether is indeed greatly diminished.
In Kaiser's vision, Golbez let his Archfiends feed upon Ashdaya's ether, if he has also taken an eye to open this gate.
It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Ashdaya vanished into the void. And while their overarching plans remain a mystery, what exactly was Ignacio's part in it that he had finished?
I put you on the B plot train. Now you have to go. Now you have to go next onto a beach episode because you fell off the main track. Haha! I've saved Lord Golbez decades of time. You see. You just don't realize it.
Moreover, be advised you may use mounts within Lapis Manalis, but only during this quest. This again. They also did that in the last patch. Let me just talk with everyone. Hey, Zero? Why does he look so defeated? We are closer to finding his sister, are we not? Stinia? The eye explains how they managed to cross over, but we still don't know why they chose this time and this place for an incursion. If Cagnazzo's intent was for his parting words to give us pause, then he has succeeded. To embrace death, to find satisfaction in oblivion. Perhaps it is indeed true that many Voidsent yearn to return to the live stream. Oh, Asdaya, what has become of you, that even your eye should be so spent of ether? I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer, but how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Vitra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Alphino and Alice back at the village. That sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. So we're just done here? Alright. Wait. Beep, 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 beep. Do we have anything else to say, Vitra? Pray give me a moment longer. Alright then. I think that was a good dungeon. I think that was a really good dungeon. I'm guessing Pokeshack was describing how Cagnazzo looks in the game he's from. And it looked cool. I think it was a really, like, some good boss fights. I think also another thing. And, Skin says, I like that dungeon more than the Court of Troya. And welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I get that. I think in the Fell Court of Troya, the particular thing that I didn't like that much in retrospect, while it was really interesting as a gimmick, the first boss practically just being an AoE pull, like a really long AoE pull, gets old. Really gets old. The interesting thing it causes is that a lot of jobs in an extended AoE situation will end up like the average player is likely to mess up and displace their cooldowns because the ads keep just funneling in bit by bit. So the first boss messing up all of your cooldowns can, over the course of the dungeon, cause the rest of the dungeon to be more difficult. Now, the problem with that is that it's more difficult because the dungeon messed up your rotation intentionally, which is not that fun. Like, the whole point of the 2-minute burst stuff is that it's easier to perform your rotation correctly, which feels good. So the the mob grind and the first boss in the Court of Troya is a bit counterintuitive to that sentiment. However, on the other hand, this dungeon seems very clearly to not care very much about giving melee uptime. There was a lot of times when melee had to jump out of the way and just stay away, which I think is a good thing. That was something that the devs pointed out they might have gone a bit too far with in the recent raid, or they at least pointed out that it was a thing, that it didn't feel that impactful to be ranged anymore because melee can reach the boss from like 80% of the arena, right? I liked the second and the third boss in the Court of Troya, but these bosses were also very interesting. We're here to help Alphino and Alice, are we? There's little else of interest here, so I wouldn't be opposed to the diversion. Leave Vitra be. He needs time alone with his thoughts. Let us take comfort in the knowledge that the Void Gate is closed, and that the people of Garlemald need fear the Voidsent hordes no longer. Sure. Alice? Oh, you've come too. Indeed, Alice. I don't see Vitra with you. Is everything alright?
He needs a moment to himself. While he is indisposed, we thought we'd lend you a hand.
I've just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Voidsent, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As far as I know, he set his sights on the Cerulean Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. We managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring.
If you have a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them filled.
Thank you, Estinian. The more we can load into the snowcraft, the better. Would you and Yustola mind helping us with our search then? You'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring, and then back to the snowcraft once you've filled them with ceruleum. Oh boy, side quests again. Skin says, I got a kick out of the stampede in the first fight of the new dungeon. Oh yeah, me too. I was actually laughing. It was so it was such a huge surprise to me. I didn't expect it at all. And because of my position, I basically just watched as my party was just hanging out. And then I just see like a stampede of animals just run them over. Just coming in from the right side of my screen and leaving on the left. Like, it was perfect. It was so good. This is less a container and more a sieve, given its poor condition and visible holes. So that's what you meant by bottomless barrel. I'm like, that's a lot of barrel. Dilapidated barrel. This is less a container and more oh. Hole-poked barrel. And there we have it. The sturdy barrel. It's so sturdy it takes twice as long to interact with it. The container appears to be well suited for repurposing. It would be a fine choice for ceruleum storage. However, there's a huge hole in the bottom. There's no hole on the top, so don't know how you're going to fill anything in it, but if you try to fill anything in it, it'll fall out. What do you mean it's upside down? I just remembered that I can mount up here. It's funny that they make it like that, where like after the dungeon you run around and explore the dungeon after the fact. And they specifically give you the opportunity to mount up in it. This is a nice relaxing tune. The container is now filled to the brim with ceruleum from the burning lake of fire. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Estinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Okay. Okay, I had no choice, I suppose. I said good day, sir. The snowcraft is all but overflowing with ceruleum containers. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view of their return. Oh boy! Hey, Estinian?
Good work, my friend. I expect we'll have a sizable load to deliver.
You said it, buddy.
Is Ritra not back yet?
My apologies for the delay.
Are you all right?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope. While it is no longer possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her. Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Indeed. We'll need to keep a close watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well. Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
To free Ashdaya, I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all, after which you may undertake your work without worry.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because comrades look out for one another, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care. Until next time. A hat? You need a different hat, as Pokeshak said. Your hat is the wrong size. Or something. Till next time. Or maybe it's a hat you inherited or got from someone. In that flashback, you didn't have the hat, but the rest of your outfit was just a different color, wasn't it? Food for thought. Am I right in assuming that we are to return to the void? Now that matters have been settled, yes. But first, we should return to Ratatan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Megaduta. Megadut.
If everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Oh.
What was that?
Don't know what you're talking about.
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Well, there's no combat. It's just a cutscene.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
What has happened?
We were out working our nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom. A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you. Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
In response to Karnyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait. You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature was sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
That is a little weird. Didn't they see Vitra in the Endwalker story? I'm pretty sure they know that if it's a big dragon in the sky, it's fine. That's a little weird. Anyway, we can work together on this.
You are right, Estinian. I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. The fiend, I leave to you. The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany her?
Very well.
Then Estinian and I will make for Al-Zadar's legacy and secure the gate.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response. Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
We know the Fiend was headed north, but that still leaves a lot of ground for us few to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? I know people who may have seen something. We split up and make inquiries. I think the first one. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it best, then very well. So where to then? The Great Work and the encampment at the Hamza Hatchery. If both places are to the north, then the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well, I will head to the Great Work and leave the encampment to you. If I remember correctly, there was only the one dungeon and then a trial added, so that means that we're making our way, presumably, to the new trial. Wherever that is. I hope it won't be too late in the evening before we can circle around and do the Alliance raid as well. And we'll see what happens. Saw the light over there, over at the Bafla remnants too, did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We'll continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. I mean, I was asking you the questions, but sure. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Bafla remnants before heading north, you say? I saw what I thought was a ball of flame flung from the explosion, but now I wonder. It flew north in the direction of Khadgar. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Bafla remnants as well. We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? I'm asking the questions. A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Khadgar? By the sisters. Had I learned of this sooner, never mind. Never mind. There's no time to waste. Right, well, hold your horses there, buddy. Give me, pizza. Yeah, give me pizza. That sounds nice. Confound it. We were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Is there a way to the top of Khadgar? What? You mean to go there to investigate? And again, you are more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish. We will leave this in your hands. The giant skull grounds are situated at the base of Khadgar. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Ketanur, for instance, he has worked there for the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. Don't keep me. You want to climb Khadgar? You couldn't have chosen a worse time. There was an earthquake earlier, and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Shramul. He climbs Nagalangur, and might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. If not the gentlest. How to reach the top of Khadgar? After what has happened, that should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. Good day, they call me the Warrior of Light, not sane. But yes, I am familiar with another route that should still be passable. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions, I'll take you to where the route starts, but no further, alright?
Hello, can you hear me? We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it. This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void. Kanyatso and Ajdaya's eye were a diversion. A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
Such an exquisite sight. The canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
Are you the one who destroyed the treasure vault?
I am. Rubicante, the archfiend of fire. A monster in flesh, yet in spirit I remain a man, a prisoner of the past. Such tears I wept when darkness consumed the world, until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation. Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon. But I cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse. I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
You know, when you think about it, the Void Sent are also mortal when they're in this world. Mount Ordeals. Heh. There's Pony. Rubicante. Skin says, I had the same thought about the immortal part of his line. Yeah, exactly, right? Wait a minute. Are you claiming you're immortal? But if you die here, you die for realsies, just like I would. And technically, if I went to the void and died, would I die? If I remember correctly, just to bring the conversation I'm having here with Pony into the stream instead, if I remember correctly, wasn't it Rubicante, or well, the Fire Fiend, that suggested this plan? Or was it actually the Water Fiend that suggested this plan? Now that I think about it, yeah, I think it was the Water Fiend, Cognazzo, right? That suggested this, and he sounds a lot more devious than Rubicante, where Rubicante seems, and I do remember that from seeing a playthrough of the Final Fantasy IV game, that Rubicante is the kind of guy that is, yeah, exactly as Pony here says, Rubicante is honorable, so he wouldn't do something like that. So the Water Fiend Cognazzo just says, okay, I'll be the diversion. All you have to do is smash that. Just smash that thing. And then do whatever you want. Skin says, I think the Warrior Flight dying in the void would be a neat idea to explore, but we already know we would just come back. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. Archwalk of Flame. Rubicante.
You saved the course, as I knew you would. As too will I. Come!
Nice. We have 5 with portraits.
The Archfiend of Fire has no equal. The glory of fire.
Oh no. I'm not entirely sure what we're supposed to be doing. Alright. Yeah, that is kind of like Zodiac, I suppose. Oh, okay, now I get it. Maybe? Yes.
Naught but ash will remain.
Which way is it spinning? Oh, that's fine. That's kind of easy. Okay, maybe not. Oops. That's suddenly a lot. I almost invoked that. Huh, is it just this? And then he just triples the amount of telegraphs on the floor. This again? Assuming this mechanic is different. Wait. It says it's spinning. Something. Oh. Oh, okay, I get it. It's like one of those water pipe puzzles. I'm guessing it's gonna be that one, and I don't think I'm in a good position for that. Nope. That is somehow I managed to not get hit. Eh. Oh. Oh, there's a tank buster. Oh wait, we can attack him. In that case... Huh?
I am one with the flame. You are the first to behold this form.
The slightly bigger leg form? What? Are you serious? Hey, Woolly Ram, how are you doing? We're just spinning compass over there, like, guess. Oh boy.
I shall tear you asunder.
Let me just turn on the tank stand so that I'm not too far behind an enmity. Just to be on the safe side. It's never a bad idea. The fight has been going on for a while, you see. Yeah, well, I'm doing the new content while playing the new Paladin. Okay. Yeah, it is safe. It is safe to stand on this, in front of this one. This is an insane mechanic, let me just say. This again. But this time we're ready for it to go completely to madness. Well, almost ready for it, I suppose. That was a good fight. It was really nice. That particular mechanic with the floor, if there's anyone watching that is like, I didn't get it. There were like pathways on the floor, so like he would choose one and it would typically be like a straight line, but not necessarily. It could be like a line that like branches neither way. And then later on he would turn, like he splits up the arena in like 3 like circles, so to speak, and the middle circle he will spin in either direction just enough to like flip it, which means that what you're seeing is not the correct path. You have to like look one to the left or one to the right to see exactly which one it's gonna be. Now it's a really cool mechanic, and I'm sure that when we get to the extreme version, it's going to be, or when people get to the extreme version, it's going to be a lot more convoluted, but on normal, you can solve the mechanic simply by stepping up to the one that he's pointing at, like go to the triangle he's pointing at, look like to the one step to the side that the arrows are not pointing at. So like if the arrows are pointing this way around, you take one to the left, and then you check whether it's pointing at you. Like if it's pointing at you, then you're good. If it's not pointing at you, you need to move to it, pretty much. It's a little complicated to explain without the actual arena in front of me, like an example, but it's not that bad. On normal it seems very easy, so I'm expecting that on extreme they're going to add like a lot more convoluted paths to that mechanic, or alternatively they're not going to build on that mechanic, they're going to do something else. And Skin says, I believe Xenoxis was doing EX earlier. It looked pretty complicated. Yeah, I could imagine. It was also just one exam, one mechanic that I spent 2 minutes explaining how it works. Just to say that it's not that hard to deal with it. You just have to, you know, already know it. Exactly, Pony says. Imagine that there's a completely new mechanic in it, and this was bait. That sounds very likely.
It seems I was a step too slow.
Just before I continue the cutscene, I just also want to point out, the Skin said, I feel like the portrait display at the start of the dungeon should use the instant portrait by default, though I do like the addition of pre-dungeon portrait regardless. I think the reason is that they want to be sure that the portrait they're showing corresponds to the job that you're currently playing, and your I'm assuming when you say instant portrait, you're referring to the adventure plate, because with the official release of instant portraits, well, portraits and adventure plates, they revamped that system so you don't have one instant portrait, you have one for each gear set. So I'm assuming you mean like the one you used on your adventure plate or something. And that one could be, say, a machinist using their PvP limit break with the sniper rifle and everything, which would make no sense if you're like a paladin. And Skin says, if I recall more than one circle spins. Well, there you go, that would make things difficult.
To defeat all of us archfiends, you are strong indeed.
Why do you fight? What is it that you wish to save?
You would know your enemy's heart very well. It bleeds more than you can ever understand. But I will speak, and you will listen, and learn how all began.
No, you don't have to speak. Hold my my glass of water.
How long has it been since the world was undone? Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath. Since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains. But you are different. You remember who you were and the paradise for which you fought. That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever. Join me, and together we shall seek the promised land.
There is no hope, no freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
I speak truth. The Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14. There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality. a reality to which we may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own. Count me in.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause. A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
And thus did we begin our great work.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the Source?
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
As atonement for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
So in turn you wage another.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken. Even the most exalted succumb. We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
I don't know. About this and a great many things. But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself. Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another. I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Perhaps we have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
Why are you telling us this?
To be so viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last. And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart. A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
That was very nice. My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation. But I'm glad I arrived in time to speak with Rubicante. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there's a better way. Yours. The future you strive for is one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way, why this fire burns in my breast. Oh, there's the patch name. There's nothing more for us here. What of Alcedal's legacy? Has there been word from Yustola and the others? I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better that the gate be destroyed than used to unleash more Voidsent. We should return to Megaduta and rejoin the others. It's good to see you both returned hale and whole. Your friends arrived not long ago, and are already with the satrap. Shall I show you in? Yes.
Thank goodness you're both all right. Unfortunately, we have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain? Golbez aspires to deliver Voidsent unto the source, where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed, Voidsent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
How can we prevent this?
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
Indeed. Rubicante hath deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Golbez sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect. Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Sharlayan to look for information.
By all means. Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
I'm no scholar. I'll find another way to keep myself busy here.
How about a little training to keep your lance arm honed?
Rest assured I never shirk my training. I will be ready for whatever awaits.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th?
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment. I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
I will not fail you again, sister.
Can't see Vashan. Before you leave, I would once more express my gratitude. By your hand has Bavner been saved yet again. But before you delivered my people, you helped me rediscover hope. When the sight of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate to In Alzadal's legacy, but there must be another way to travel to the void, and together we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I, too, shall have my vessel improved ahead of our next foray. To achieve his ends, Golbez has sacrificed his 4 generals. Such a ruthless foe is unpredictable in the extreme. But no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to see that he does not succeed. Meanwhile, on the moon in the 13th,
Cagnazzo and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow. In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they.
he's like, finally some peace and quiet. Oh.
You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection. But with the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
And my dragon prisoner. She's also here. Huh.
At long, long last, the end draws nigh. The end to life on that star, and the end to my suffering.
Beyond closed gates awaits your foe, where no path leads and none may go. Alright. I just want to say that Vitra said the following days will, like, basically said the following days are super significant, really important. Anyway, I'll see you in 4 months. Cool. Also, something that I noticed as it zoomed out from his little spot inside the moon there, it looked extremely much like something familiar. Let me just try and show you. So, Wooly Ram says, just a man and his lizard. Vibing. Yeah, I know. What? The moon in the 13th looks similar to the moon in the source. Yeah, but it didn't just look like similar. It looked almost exactly like he was down there, and the map, and like then the camera zoomed out to show us like something like that. Like something a bit like this particular crater, like right over there. It looked so similar that either they went, no one will notice, and just reused this entire zone and then just dyed it red. Or they intentionally reused this moon and then it just looked right in red. And then they just showed this. Like, it looked too similar. So either it's the same moon and they decided that no one would probably notice, or it's the same moon for a reason. One option is really boring, the other option is very interesting. Well, with the main quest done, that leads us on to the Alliance raid. I suppose it's this quest? I don't know what else it would be. Yep, and Derek? That's a guy, and that looks correct. Oh, greetings, Katsu. If you've come to ask about developments in our Phantom Realm investigation, then your timing couldn't be better. A short while ago, I received word from Grahatia. He and Kryl have completed their preparations in Sharlayan and are ready to resume fieldwork. Even as we speak, they make their way hither. Let's wait for them together, shall we? He's got folded arms because he feels like it. She's got folded arms because he thinks it's funny to imitate him. Ah, there they are. Are you alright, mate? What in the heavens are you carrying? This, my friends, is the latest technological marvels to come out of Sharlayan. I give you the etheric analyzer. That doesn't sound very impressive. Holding it thus, you take a measure of the ambient ether, whose waveform is then recorded by the aetherotranscriber at the back. This provides us with detailed data of the environment, which we can study at our leisure. As you know, the Phantom Realms are hidden by illusions. In order to ascertain their nature, I suggested to Kryl that we record the data with proper equipment. Alas, said equipment is tremendously cumbersome. Ra has done well to bring it here in one piece, and as expensive as it doubtless is, I hope we can return it in the same condition. Return it? Yes, to the Forum. In approving our investigation, they granted us use of the device in addition to their financial backing. Despite the students' greatly reduced scale, the Forum has faith in our endeavors, thus did the approval notice declare, I'm proud to say. We owe much of this goodwill to the Scions, yourself not least of all. That being said, we can't depend on the Forum indefinitely. No, we must stand on our own 2 feet again, and it begins with our efforts in this investigation. The 12 are meant to be Orsia's guardian deities, yet they seek battle with mankind. What could it possibly be that motivates them? Entreating with them earnestly, I am hopeful that we will find the answer. Well, we shouldn't keep Snorgheim waiting. Without further ado, let's join her in the Omphalos. And Woolly Ram says, they're bored and want some Warrior of Light action. It's not that complicated, Kryl. It's pretty simple, really, when you think about it. They want, like, they got the patch notes. They saw 6.3 is coming out. The new encounter, Warrior of Light Extreme, is coming out. It's just really backwards for them, because when they do extremes, it's 1 versus 24. It's not entirely fair. Welcome back. Well now, if that isn't the etheric analyzer, you've done well to get a hold of it. Indeed, we are duly grateful to the Forum for the loan. It's no small thing to be lugging about, but I've always wanted to try it. If you're ready, Raha, you may proceed with measuring the ether of the Phantom Realm. Kaitsu, please assist him, will you? In the meantime, I have a mind to further examine the monument with Snorgheim. How does that sound? Like a plan. As a matter of fact, I've already done a little bit of work on that front. As you previously determined, the monument harbors some manner of magic, and this magic I've since found takes the form of an epigraph. By consulting Professors Rurusha and Namono, Sharlayan's foremost experts in the field of archaeology, I was able to make a discovery. Oh yes, a most startling discovery. That is, the epigraph is largely incomplete, so we can't read it. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Wow. Nice. Indeed. So you didn't make a discovery. Ah, but see, establishing what one doesn't know is also an important step in research. I mean, technically, yeah. For our blessing, the language used doesn't appear to be completely unknown. If we can but fill in the missing information, it should be possible to make sense of it. But where do we even begin looking for such information? Here! Why, we ask the gods themselves, of course. Genius. Thank you for coming, Skin. I really appreciate it, and I hope you have a continue to have a good evening or morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Thank you so much. By giving them the battle they desire, we're doing them a favor, are we not? That being said, that being the case, I dare say they would grace us with their presence if called. Please come with me. Well, they're not void sent, Snowgime. Oh, the things I would ask them if they really did appear. Now, going by astrology, the heaven of Earth should be the next to open. And it just so happens I know the perfect incantation for this purpose. Do you know? Open Monty. Muntui. It's a time-honored charm passed down in Gridania, whose patron is Nofika, one of the deities said to dwell in the heaven of Earth. Come, everyone, say it with me. Open Monty! You can choose to say it with enthusiasm or without enthusiasm. There's only one correct answer to that. Open Monty! Muntui. Oh. Is this like Sunday morning cartoons? Say it with me now. Can anyone find the Nofika? Where could the Nofika possibly be? You're right. She is not on the screen right now because everyone's... Of course. I will read what she said once it stops autoplaying. Oh boy. Right, let's see. What delightful children you are. I too have decided to speak with you. By the 12, it's her. It's really her. Yeah, Nofika and her Nofikas. She looks precisely as depicted in legend. Amazing. 'Tis an honor to meet you, Nohiga. If I may, what is it that you wish to speak about? You seek to decipher the monument, do you not? If you face more of us in battle, I myself included, we shall grant you the key to unlocking that mystery. Alright. We would of course be much obliged for such a gift, but are you certain? The gods before we were not exactly forthcoming with your secrets. Closely have we watched you from our respective sanctums, watched as you faced us and pursued the truth with pure hearts and minds. In light of what we have seen, we have concluded thus. Even should you uncover the monument's purpose, you would still be willing to lend us your aid. Help us to fulfill our heart's desire, and so too shall we grant you yours. I look forward to receiving you in my sanctum, my dear children. Woolly Ram, like, pure heart. What are you talking about? I'm here for the glam. You heard about Zero's pacts and stuff? I'm here for trade. Woolly Ram also says, Warrior of Light does everything with verve. Also, just want to touch on something Woolly Ram said before that. If the Warrior of Light could use all of their different jobs and class abilities freely, it would be a real raid boss. Yeah. You know, I have a while back played with the idea of if your character, so your Warrior of Light, was designed as a boss encounter, you can choose whether it's supposed to be an extreme, or a savage raid. That is not particularly important. It doesn't even have to be easy or hard. It just has to be, a realistic boss encounter, so to speak. How would you do it? Is there any particular mechanic you would find would be particularly interesting to have in such an encounter? It's been a while and it's a pretty long explanation, but I thought about that. Among other things, I would absolutely have... I included Paladin in my original description of that encounter, but the particular mechanic that I thought was hilarious to have would be... it doesn't even matter which job it is, because this is more like a character thing. There would be a mechanic where you're just nuked with information. Just imagine a gigantic speech bubble with actual information. In between all the ramblings, there's going to be information such as, I want the tank that gets this icon over their head to step over here, and then there'll be a marker. And I want the healer with this marker to step over here, and there'll be a marker, and things like that. And all 8 players have to do this correctly. And because the speech bubble is so massive, it's actually difficult to find the information you need. And the way this is going to be super interesting, the most evil part about that mechanic is that it's going to do that, so you figure out what you have to stand on. I'm going to give you a lot of time to do it, because I'm teaching you the mechanic. I'm actually literally teaching you the mechanic in the encounter. And then later in the fight, in a phase 2, I will be doing the actual fight with you, and then I'll just say, so do you remember your spots? And then you will have significantly less time to do it, and you just have to do it the same way. You have to use the same position as you got the first time, but whether you can remember is the question. And another particular thing I remember I wanted to include was a mechanic that involved around 10 seconds where you can't attack the boss, but that's specifically because I used Hallowed Ground, and this mechanic will only happen again if you don't beat the boss within 7 minutes, because there's a 7-minute cooldown on Hallowed Ground, of course. Like, those are two specific mechanics that I remember that I thought was really funny. And Woolly Ram says, a bit like Vanat, no? Yeah, exactly, a bit like Vanat. He's like, moving between phases is a job change, and in second phase, Warrior of Light starts mixing jobs. That also works. And yeah, so it's literally a raid leader. Exactly, and the reason why it made sense is because you've seen my job guides. That's a lot of information. I used to give the explanation of jobs to friends in text, which could be, you know, a 4-page essay of information. And this information came out really fast, because I write fast. So that was the inspiration for that mechanic, and I thought it was really funny. And yeah, that might be true, Woolly Ram. It might be a good way to teach raiding to newbies. Like a mechanic where the boss itself acts like a raid leader in the first bit, and then in the second bit goes, now memorize it. The original plan was to revisit the Heavens of Lightning and Fire. But I believe all would agree that we should prioritize Nopika's invitation. Well, Snow Guy, you charmed at the trick. The way to another heaven lies open, and beyond it, the truth of the monument. I can scarcely wait to pore over the etheric data. Ra, Kaitsu, I leave it in your capable hands. As for you, Derek, may we rely on your guidance once more? No. Now that we know what awaits, I do not feel my presence is necessary. On the contrary, I would only be a burden. As you wish, of course. We can still count on you to pray for our friends, though, I trust. I'm glad that I can join you this time, Kaitsu. Encumbered as I am with the analyzer, I fear I won't be able to assist in battle, but I shall do my part and secure the data we need. Oh yeah, I remember that, Woolly Ram, where you talked about a future quest line where the Warrior of Light teaches new adventures. I do remember you talked about that. That's a good idea. It could work. That is actually an interesting point, that at some point we would reach a stage in the story where it feels like there's nowhere else to go, and then going, I don't know, teach a new adventurer would maybe be a way to like fill in some time. Is Pony still here, and do they want to join for the Alliance raid? But I think that is an important point, Woolly Ram, that it would be a good way to teach raiding to newbies, because one of the problems with the guild hests and the smith stuff is that people will only do it because there's a reward. I imagine there's a lot of people that should pay more attention to the teachings in that content that don't, because they just care about the reward at the end. if you were taught certain like baseline mechanics through an encounter that was genuinely non-trivial and you had to do it right and for a while to win, I think that would teach a lot more. It's not to say that players aren't good. I would say that the average Final Fantasy XIV player that has reached max level and done the main quest are probably more skilled than in certain other MMOs where you can, you know, reach max level, reach the end game without doing any difficult content. Because Final Fantasy XIV requires you to at least do some of it, and now you might say, but normal trials are not difficult. No, but if you had never played Final Fantasy XIV before and then was dropped in the Seat of Sacrifice, you would probably have a really bad time. The reason why dungeons get more difficult as we go is because, as they're introduced gradually, the mandatory dungeons, the mandatory trials, the developers can assume at least you know that much, at least you've done that much. So they can sort of adjust the difficulty accordingly. So the difficulty does gradually increase as you reach max level, which is a good thing. In different ways. In the first many levels, the dungeons are brutally difficult, mainly because they're weird, like weirdly paced. Tanks are expected to pull absurd amounts because they're taught that at higher level. Bosses work in kind of janky ways sometimes. There are mechanics that aren't ever used, again, in higher level. A lot of hidden small mechanics. And lots of gimmicks you can use. Like, for instance, there are level 50 dungeon bosses. Level 50 end of dungeon bosses that can be stunned. And exactly, William, you lack essential class and role tools. At level 50, Paladin is completely incapable of healing itself. Completely incapable of. It doesn't get anything until level 58, and even that is kinda eh. Meanwhile, Warrior has healing, Dark Knight has healing, Gunbreaker has healing in their basic combos. Paladin has nothing. In fact, I'm pretty sure Paladin's 1-3 combo is not only the weakest in the first 50 levels, it's both the weakest and does not heal you. So it's the worst in every single aspect. Yeah. So it, like, the thing that causes the game to be difficult, like, shifts as you level up. In the first 50 levels, the difficulty comes from the content being less polished and you lacking tools. You can't respond as well to situations. Then as you level up, the fights become more polished, the dungeons become more polished, the enemies become stronger and demand more of you, and more attention. But now you have more tools, so if you paid attention and learned how to use them, then you can still win. And even so, I know at least one friend that completed the entirety of the main quest of Final Fantasy XIV without ever learning that there is a difference between a weapon skill and an ability. Which also means that they generally just used cooldown attacks, like, on a whim. And that of course means that you're not going to you're not going to be required to do that much. ironically, the most difficult setting of doing content in Final Fantasy XIV, if you're not good at the game, is to do it on duty support. Because if you die in duty support, then you wipe immediately. So that means that while in a normal dungeon, you can die and then your party can, you know, finish the fight without you. In duty support, while the NPCs might be able to do the damage that needs to be done eventually, they will not be able to carry you over the mechanics. Either you can do the mechanics or you will not pass. And that's just how it is. And Woolly Ram says it's a conundrum. How do you teach people to play without them realizing it? Exactly. And how do you, more importantly, force people to at least try to learn? Another example that I have given before is if you do all of the content, all of the party content in Final Fantasy XIV with other players, on average, like if you're terrible at the game, just for the sake of this example, you're extremely bad at the game, your skill level caps out at, well, I can do a 1-2-3 combo. And that's basically it. Then the probability that everyone else in your party is better than you is very high. And if you're a DPS, then getting hit by a lot of mechanics doesn't really matter. If you're dead, the only time that's an issue is if there is a mechanic that requires you specifically to be alive. And those are rare. Everything else doesn't really matter. Which means that when you enter a dungeon like that, imagine playing, I don't know, a Dark Souls game, Elden Ring, a game with extremely difficult bosses. But instead of facing the boss alone, you always summon like 3 friends that are way better at the game than you. And if you die, the fight doesn't end. As long as someone kills it in the end. You would have very little incentive to become good at the game in such a situation. Because every time you face a difficult fight, you get, effectively, an extremely powerful NPC entourage, because it might as well be if you don't communicate with them, that will just beat over the boss for you. And that was exactly what I noticed with that friend of mine. He did most dungeons with friends, most content with friends. And when he did duty support, he sometimes had to go in twice because he would run out of time, things like that. Because he would wipe a lot. But that's of course because he never needed to perform. But how would you motivate a player to become better in such a game? A multiplayer game, where you are basically required to bring other players. The only way to force a DPS player to get good at their rotation is to require them to do a lot of damage. Hello, All Known. Thank you so much. And welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. But to make a DPS player be forced to become good at their job, if they're not particularly motivated by just, you know, the satisfaction of a job well done, would be to make encounters, mandatory encounters, like in the main quest, and now that this is brutal, but mandatory encounters that make specific DPS checks to the individual, as in a boss does a mechanic that splits up the 4-man party into 4 rooms, and you each get like a wall that you have to kill. The tank and the healer one is of course weaker to compensate for their lower damage, but the 2 DPS ones have, you know, at least a DPS requirement that a dancer can beat. And now I'm saying dancer because dancer is known to have a particularly low damage on their own. So you suddenly have to come to terms with either figuring this out or not progressing. And that would put that strain on all 4 party members. If one person is found lacking, you can't progress. And yes, John Medani comes with a really good counterpoint to that, quite well. But then you gave progression to those that only wanted to play casual and may have no interest in endgame or raid content. Exactly. The only way to make people interested in getting better at the game as a whole, like to improve with the difficulty of the main quest, is to make such a strict requirement in a dungeon or raid that you alienate the players that didn't want that kind of difficulty in the game. They didn't come for this. And we don't want that either. And that's why, in my opinion, the way that I see it, and I've thought a lot about this, instead of viewing it as you can reach the end game without ever learning your job, that's a bad thing. I see it as you can reach the end game regardless of your skill level. If you've ever heard about like accessibility in video games, assist options and things like that, an MMO can't really offer that in the same capacity as a single player game can. But what Final Fantasy XIV can offer is 3, 7, 23 players that can compensate for what you can't do. And because the normal content in the game is easy enough that that's fine, it makes the game much more inclusive. So instead of viewing it as we should make these kind of brutal barriers, I think it's better to look at it from John Medani's perspective and say, well, there are players that don't really care about that. And additionally, there would be players that literally are not capable of performing to that level. Maybe they have some sort of disability. Maybe they're just really bad at games. Does it matter? Not really. They are allowed to be here too. Let's see, Willie Ram says, happened to me once in the last dungeon of Heavensward. Got a tank that didn't know the absolute basics. Failed the dungeon due to running out of time. Wow. That is pretty incredible. And the poor healer was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. That's difficult. I had a run a while back, a long time ago at this point, back in Shadowbringers, when I was leveling Monk. I got into Gimlet Dark, one of the level 70 dungeons, one of the last ones, if not straight up the last one. And the tank stated... in very, very basic words, because I doubt they spoke much English, that they had bought a boost and that they were new to Dark Knight. And throughout the entire dungeon, we multiple times had to re-explain to the Dark Knight to turn on grit, because for some reason he would just randomly turn it off. We did not beat that dungeon, because when we got to the final boss, both the healer and the tank turned out to be completely incapable of dealing with the barrel explosions in that fight. They would die to the getting knocked back into a barrel explosion and die. And if it's the tank and the healer, there's not much you can do. If it was just the tank, the healer might be able to heal them through it. If it was just the healer, there's a chance that one of your DPS could rest the healer multiple times throughout the fight. But if it's both the tank and the healer, then the DPS can't compensate for both. And Unknown says each DPS gets a bomb that can only deactivate with personal DPS. Yeah, exactly. That's sort of the idea I was thinking of precisely. And Willy Ram says doing your basic rotation and using cooldowns once a battle is not difficult. It isn't difficult for you or me because we've done it a lot. You have to keep in mind that I came into Final Fantasy XIV in Stormblood with like 12 years of World of Warcraft on my back. I will never be able to know whether Final Fantasy XIV is easy because it's easy or it's easy because I played it because I'm good at it, because I had already like learned all the basics of the game style before I turned on the game. For someone that has never played an MMO before, for someone who has never played a game before, the concept of a 1-2-3 combo might not be that easy to follow. That's why I do things like in my low-level guides, the first time I as much as mention a GCD, global cooldown, there's a little information blurb on the screen that says what on earth that is. And I generally refrain from saying it in my low-level guides if I can explain it without saying it, because if I bring up the global cooldown, then I have to explain what the global cooldown is, and that takes like a minute. If I can explain it without it, it's easier to follow, because then they don't have to understand that part. But a completely new player to gaming might not find it very easy to do your basic rotation using cooldowns. It might not even be a player that is new to games. That friend of mine that I mentioned that completed the story without ever understanding the difference between a weapon skill and an ability is a friend that you could say has a disability. And it never occurred to him to like read and comprehend every single action in his arsenal. He would use certain actions because they looked cool. The thing that motivated him to click a high damage attack was the animation that played and the big number that appeared. Whether it was good or not was not particularly significant. And he plays a lot of games, like an enormous amount of games, but he tends to play them on easy. Or he uses cheats, if that's what it takes. He generally just wants to experience the game. That's also why I find it important to help new players to understand what jobs are a little bit easier to play, because some players might not enjoy the game at the outset because they chose a hard job. Makes it really hard to just get started on the game because they got a difficult job. Like, imagine the difference in perspective. If you're not that good at games, the difference between getting Black Mage or Paladin. I just want to point out that Black Mage, just explaining how to do your basic attacks of switching between Blizzard 1 and Fire 1 properly is not simple. Paladin, you're already like, in the first 50 levels of the game, you're already like 90% there if you can just press 1, 2, 3. If you can just play 1, 2, 3. So some jobs are just easier. And Woolly Ram says it does matter. Bad DPS will cost other players up to 90 minutes of their precious free time. It's true. But I want to point out that this kind of perspective where you say, oh, but you being bad wastes my time, is the kind of perspective that leads us to a toxic environment like in World of Warcraft, where you can be kicked for having too low DPS, regardless of why that is. The goodness of Final Fantasy XIV is specifically in that it's okay to be bad in Final Fantasy XIV, even if it costs some people more time. In fact, I believe there are some players that would find satisfaction in helping players that are having a harder time. John Medani says, would remember that's simply an argument not of any dungeons on the MSQ for those that don't really want to do them and would rather play solo duo. I suppose the suggestion, like this comes from the idea that now that we have duty support, players could avoid, quote-unquote, being a burden for other players by just playing solo, but I have yet to see anyone use that as an argument, so that would be weird. And Unknown says, I think I only find Final Fantasy XIV rotations easy because I came from Guild Wars 2, which has weird rotations. Oh yeah, I've played some Guild Wars 2. I played a Chronomancer for a bit, and then I saw how to keep maximum uptime of like alacrity and stuff, and then I was like, maybe I should play a different profession. Yeah, exactly. That as I was talking about, John, that some jobs are easy, some are hard. There's also a huge difference between understanding how to keep your party alive as a healer and doing that while also dealing damage and playing your rotation perfectly. Those are 3 different stages, you could say. John says, I hate a duty where there are people that simply charge through the content as fast as they can when they get the message there is a first timer on the run. Well, from my perspective, that first timer might not care. They also might be an alt. So if they requested slowing down, then I would be more likely to not rush ahead. Generally, if I'm playing tank, for example, I see it as the tank's responsibility to at least check that your party is in order before you start pulling. So if a player is lagging behind, then I would be more likely to take more time in between pulls to make sure that they don't fall too far behind. But it can be difficult to find the middle ground here. And yeah, I do understand Woolly Ram's perspective as well. It's not about playing perfectly, it's just like, do the minimum. And that's sort of also what I'm going for. That friend of mine used his 1-2-3 combo correctly. He did use his cooldowns. It was just often that he would forget when he looked at mechanics a lot. I have friends that play ranged physical that has a hard time doing their rotation while dealing with boss mechanics. So a good bard, for instance, can do the entirety of the rotation without ever stopping for anything. But if you like to play bard, but you can't deal with doing your rotation and also dodging mechanics, that's okay in normal content, because the time constraint isn't that bad. But if you're doing an extreme or a savage raid, you can't. You are not strong enough to do that. You need to practice more to get in there. And Unknown says, I think if bad players just play story content and stuff, then it's no problem. Most people who pursue higher end content tend to learn rotations anyway. I think as long as you're playing content where there isn't exactly an enrage timer, then it doesn't matter at all whether you get really good at the game. It doesn't matter in the way, and I want to be clear about this, in that yes, you are going to cost the other players more time. That's a fact. It's going to take more time because you're here and not someone doing more DPS than you. But you're here now. Do the best you can do. And I think that's the important part, is that there's a big difference between a player playing terribly, intentionally, and a player being bad, but they're trying their best. And I think that's a really big, really important factor here, is because when we're discussing bad players, we can get this image in our head of a player that is bad intentionally. And that's not what's happening. I have to keep in mind that the vast majority of players don't play poorly intentionally. The players that play poorly intentionally are those that respond with "you don't pay my sub" when you start asking them about it. The rest often ask. Oh, there we go. Are you still here, Pony? I sure hope they're still here, otherwise this is going to be really awkward. Oh, another Reaper.
The time has come.
Let's just turn off the tank stance and see if any of the other tanks will step up to the plate instead. He has a tank stance on. Where's the third tank? I don't know. I also have a tank stance on. Look, we have 2 people with a portrait in order. That's okay, Pony. You were suddenly requested to switch from the job you were playing.
Prove to me life's resolve. No true abundance. Feel you the heartbeat of the land.
Oh boy. Nailed it. I don't know what this is. Apparently that was the donut AoE. Oh boy. Apparently, I was that far behind, and I managed to catch up in aggro to the other tanks. Oh. Does that mean that the follow-up is going to be the circle AoE then? I'm guessing that that's a yes. I had the right idea. I just stood too close.
Mine is the breath of the earth.
What in the world is that supposed to mean? I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Stand in this? Okay, stand in this. Sure. I really like the new effect for Divine Veil.
My heart rejoices for our union.
Oh, that was a little bit early. Are you serious? This is scary. Oh, wait a minute. I have a directional run effect in just a moment. Oh no. I was too focused on not messing up getting hit by those line circle things. And then I ran right into the circle AoE instead. See, this is where I'm happy that I am the tank. Because I would not have gotten away with any of this if I was any other role than tank. Okay. This one we remember. Did the wrong combo order, but it's fine. Priority is survival right now. And we managed to cover everything. Oh boy. That worked out. My eyes! It is very bright now that you mention it.
Good children, be strong for what awaits.
Good children. Good job killing me. What does that look like? Stats are kind of bad. Those are also kind of bad. I'll just pass. I don't need them. Some
authority, let the land be remade.
And someone in chat says, Y'shtola be looking bigger than usual. Now we tank. We tank the middle pack. Okay, stuns do not work. Again? I should fix that sequence. I shouldn't be using Requiesce at first. Oof. Okay. Sure. Just a random behemoth? I'm sorry, Boney. I didn't realize that I was tanking, but once I did, I moved. I'll use Passage of Arms for myself. Elphic.
Forgive me, but I couldn't stay away.
It seems my sister shall be joining us.
Cute.
That we face you together.
Alright. In that case, I will just, are we supposed to attack both? I should not have done 2 Royal Authority combos, but I have no idea what this is. Oh, Pyretic, that means stop everything. Oh, are we getting 2 cards? Or what's happening here? What's pointing at me right now? Did he make the duration shorter on the card? It looked like that was what he did.
I shall measure your work.
Did anyone get that right? Someone a few got it right. What is that? Oh, I'm going to die. Or maybe not. Okay, I got it. I managed to get out. These are some brutal mechanics. I wonder what happens when we kill Althic first. Wait. Why did Pony have it? Is it threat-based? Is it enmity-based? Well, I'm sorry about that. It's been a long time since something was enmity-based. Like that. I specifically took a backseat to the tanking position because I didn't feel very confident tanking these the first time round. Deep freeze, okay. I am making a lot of mistakes with the rotation, I'll admit that much. Mainly because I'm getting confused by the boss mechanics, but that's how it is. The only way to fix it is to take a while. I can see I missed a lot of things, including Requiescent, based on the cooldown. The only way to fix it is to either just ignore it, or adjust and just do nothing with them for a little bit. Oh dear. Ah, I used it too early. I didn't realize he had flipped the order. Huh! These bosses have an enrage mechanic. I didn't really have time to separate anything. Thank you, William. Enjoy work. And thank you for tuning in.
Let burn your fleeting life.
I wonder why they were so even in health, all things considered. Why didn't we just nuke one? That is a ridiculous fight.
Tis only fitting that we face you together.
Right, the pyretic again.
you the strength to defy fate.
The sands of time are mine to command.
Okay, did he actually adjust the timer on that? Yeah, he did. Okay, fair enough. Now I got it. Makes sense. Very interesting.
I shall measure your worth.
What was Axioma again? Just raid wide. I can't remember. Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. Like, I couldn't see where we were supposed to go, and then I see everyone else step on the play on that. Perfect. Teleport to the center. I don't know why I took that much damage. But Hallowed Ground saved me at after the fact. Oh, this is the freeze version. I'll keep one intervene. It has turned out to be incredibly helpful if I miss the timing on the knockback. And if I don't have the dash, then I'm possibly just flat out dead. In such a situation. So I'll sacrifice the intervene damage during fight or flight for the sake of surviving in that situation. What did they teleport for if the boss isn't doing anything? Okay. Right. This is when they mix it up. Oh, there you go. See, that is the reason why. Exactly the reason why I saved Intervene. I would not have lived that without Intervene. Oh, man. Oh, it's because they transfer health to each other. That's why. Okay, okay, now I get it. That's an interesting way to go about it. It's not like we've had bosses previously that just had the same health bar. Okay, focus. Oh! You just see Pony get yeeted in the very last moment. Oh. How do they look? Oh, those are cute. Yeah, I'll agree on those. That is an interesting fight. I like the water waves especially. Like, it's a mechanic where if you panic and try to get into safety, you will die because you tried. There's a lot of stuff happening all at once right now. Like me getting 3 tank busters, was that it? What on earth? That's my bad. I should have been more careful with the way that I did damage, I guess. Can you die these? You can. Oh, look at that. I like those. I'm not a healer, so I definitely won't get them if any of the healers want them. Hallouni! Hallouni! Hello, nee. So, I guess no one else wants to tank? I'll do it! It's gonna be like that. I'll do it. I'm not sure what we're looking for right now. Okay, it's an order. Okay, I'm completely misunderstood that animation. It looked very inverted. Very, very weird. Now she does it again. Get it right this time. Or we will die. Okay, we died. Looks like Pony's dead again. Good luck, friend. Sorry. There's just nothing I can do about that. What? We might be able to recover from this. We can stay alive. Oh, those. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. What? How did I get hit by that? guess the animation on that one is really weird.
Victory must be seized with one's own hand.
Oh, I couldn't even see our targets. I don't have the MP to finish that combo right now. What? Okay, I'm on the right side to survive this. I'll see if I can get us through this, pony. But I don't think we'll survive this. I'm guessing that we have to deal with all 4 spears for it to count, so we're dead. We're dead anyway. You know, just earlier this evening I was talking with someone about how there isn't a damage cap in the game, but I suppose Halone proved me wrong there. Was that 999,999 or was it 9,999,999? It was certainly 9999999. That is an unusual mark setup. Normally B would be front and center. But sure, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that we agree on it. I don't really feel like I want to main tank when I don't understand the mechanic that plays twice at the start, but it seems like no one else will, so...
I, the Fury, shall test your strength of spirit.
Donut first. So this should do it. The animation feels like weirdly delayed, so I'm not sure when it's safe to come in again. Okay, circle first, and then that side, and then the other side. And then donut. That's the advantage of being a paladin. I could just choose to not approach the boss and continue my rotation from where I stood, so that it was easier to bring the boss back to the center. only a small DPS loss, all things considered. It's so excessive. It's like her mechanic shoots out like projectiles like 3 times longer than it needs to. But I'm guessing that's maybe her deal. Spear time. Yeah, my Goring Blade is still enough out of tune that it misses the fight or flight. Wasn't there supposed to be like spinning line AoEs? What happened to that? This is not a tank limit break moment, even if it looks a bit like it. Jeff Carlson asked, how is the new Paladin rotation? I think it's really good. It feels like it's a lot more flexible. Just in every single way, it's just more flexible.
Would that our class could continue forever.
And just in general, it feels really good to play it. Huh? I'm lucky that I managed to stand on the correct spot in first try, because I didn't see that it was that specific. It's the kind of mechanic that is just too scary if you get it wrong, so I don't want to risk it. Donut first, and then that side, and then center. Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. Another thing that I think is really nice about the Paladin rotation, I did mention this earlier also, but specifically that Holy Spirit has gotten a much more significant part in the basic rotation rather than just being the thing that you use during Requiescent. Like, in the old Paladin ways, it's like, yeah, you have Holy Spirit, and you can use it, but in pretty much all situations, it's a bad idea. In the new version, Holy Spirit isn't like your best tool in any specific moment, but it's strong enough that it's a really, really good filler if you need one. That limit break is going to get them killed. That's pretty nice. Yeah. I mean, stats are decent, but I'll greed on them. It's a nice top. I just think that I might not use it for glamour, so I don't care that much about that aspect of it, but the stats are good on it. Oh. Menfina.
Come bathe in the moon's tender glow.
That's pretty good music. We have a dance floor too, guys. I guess we're doing this again, or what? With every single boss, we've had this weird Mexican standoff amongst the tanks, where it seems like none of us wants to do the pull. But once someone pulls, we're all there. Like, I don't know why we do it like that. I really don't. Yeah, huh? Sure. This sounds like an 80s anime opening. That was very early of me to use my Holy Sheltron already. Could have delayed it a bit. Oh boy. Yeah, not all of my requisite combo will land inside this fight or flight. There's simply too much getting in the way. Huh? What? I don't know. I'll just have to hope someone else knows. Oh, it's a timer. Okay, now I get it. I thought the moons were supposed to indicate where they would land, not like as a timer. Oh. And there's 4 of them. That's gonna mess up the raid priority. Oh, a dog! What the dog doing? Oh, that's the boss now. Okay. Oh, inverted? Looks like it's inverted. It's both. Just decide then. Wait a minute. Okay. I didn't notice at first that her her targeting reticle didn't follow. Well, that was more like a symptom of how incredibly gigantic her targeting reticle is that I didn't even notice. I could get so close to the wolf without it being an issue. Okay. It's this side. Oh boy. Okay, I was a little worried because I thought that the slide would be significantly longer, but it seems like it's a relatively manageable one. Silver mirror. I don't remember what that was. I do remember what Midnight Frost is. The 3/4 attack. How did people know where it would strike? Oh, right, it was just a line. Completely forgot about that. It is very confusing when the wolf separates from her. A very, very unique mechanic, I have to say. And that's just a good thing. Oh, those are lines, that's pretty important. We just spread enough that it wasn't a problem. You know what, I'll just hallowed ground this. Oh.
Our dreams may yet become reality. Thank you.
That looks nice. That was the one from earlier. Hat. A visor. Oh. Well, I got the striking thing then. Do we win the Halone minion? We probably don't. How about a card? No. Probably not. Maybe. But probably not. Maybe a song? Nah. Nope. Definitely not. I won a chest piece that I don't know if I want. But it's better than nothing. You're both safe, thank goodness. You have the data then? Wonderful, wonderful. I don't suppose I could do the honors and replace the transcriber cartridge? I've always wanted to take a closer look. Take care removing it now. We don't want anything to happen to the data. Carefully does it. Carefully does it. Come to me, O knowledge divine. Come to me. What is that? What is that? Ah! Oh. It's alright. The cartridge is safe. Let's finish the task before there are any more surprises. There they are. You have our gratitude for bringing us closer to achieving our dream. Oh, Althik, must you always be so formal? Although he has trouble expressing it, I assure you my brother is absolutely giddy with joy. Why are you here, Nofika? Have you not sufficiently amused yourself with the mortals? Not nearly. I would talk to them some more. Nofika promised you the key to deciphering the monument, did she not? Yes, that's correct. Then you would do well to hold in your minds that which harbors information. Come now, brother, you need to speak plainer than that. To clarify, we shall create the objects you need, but your assistance is required to give them form. Worry not, appearance has no effect on function. Just try and imagine that which, in your minds, is used to hold information. We imagine 5 different things. And the little monkey imagines a banana. That's genius. 3 people manifest books, 1 like a parchment, and then there's the Warrior of Light, the modern genius. Can you just like give it to me in like a phone? That would be easier. There. These instruments shall be useful in your quest. Across Eorzea lie eternal stones that hold the information required to complete the words of the monument. By holding an instrument out to a stone, it will take that information onto itself. We scattered these stones across the realm that mortals would not uncover our secrets. Of late, however, it would seem you have found alternate uses for them as objects of worship. Ah, the statues, I guess. Could they be the marks of the 12? They are, aren't they? Oh, to think that they harbored information on the gods! It seems we have our next destinations. Aside from the 3 city-states, I believe the marks are located in Kurthus and Mordona. I propose we split up, the quicker to finish the task. I wish to come too! What? No, Menfina, 'twould not do to burden these children so. After all this time, we finally have the chance to speak with mortals, to learn about them from up close, and we're not like to have another. I must say, I share Menfina's view. Even you, Haloni. I'd like to learn about you too, and I believe I speak for all of us. By all means, let us travel together. Music to my ears. We shall watch over you and see that you safely reach your destinations. Without further ado then.
Not so fast!
Did you think you could go frolicking without us? The others have our domain well in hand, so we are coming too. Well now, far be it from us to stop you. Let us assume our disguises too, and then each choose a mortal to accompany. The true explanation of the weird minions in this game. Please, let it be something inconspicuous. What? You mean to suggest that a glimmering meerkat isn't inconspicuous, Grazia? I don't know what you're talking about. I think in particular Haloni needs to appear like a tiny Haloni with an actual gigantic spear, and we have to visit Ishgard with her in tow. I believe my destination is Danalan. Then it's Lanosea for Raha, the 12th Wood for Kryl. And last but not least, Mordona and Kurthus for Derek and Kaitse. Oh, we only get one each? Will you be alright, Kryl? I shall be fine. You needn't worry. A fish! We abided by the god selections, but why do you suppose the two of us were grouped together? Yeah. Why? Because you make the most intriguing pair, the gods-felling hero and the world-faring explorer. I shall relish the chance to learn about both of you. Now then, the others have already set forth, so let us do the same. Aside from my own mark, I believe we'll find those of Thaliak and Haloni in Mordona and Kurthus. I just want to point out that her wolf turned into a literal, like, wolf minion. It's pretty big, even for a minion. Oh my, what an adorable creature. Delighted to meet you, little one. Oh wait, it's not her wolf. It's the Haloni that appears like that. That makes a lot more sense. It seems to want to join us too. What an unusual company this has become. The gods truly know no inhibition. Forgive me, Katsu, I couldn't have anticipated this turn of events. Could be weirder. Could be a lot weirder.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let us seek out the marks at once.
Yes, yes, no need to be so hasty. Shall we then, Katsu? The nearest mark is Daliax, just outside in Morona. If memory serves, it overlooks the lake at a place called Wraithfrost. I was going to say, when they were talking about all of these marks, I was like, oh, so if you're doing the wedding pre-quest, this would be a great quest to combine with it, because you have to visit all of them anyway. But then they parted it out and was like, no, you only need like 3 of them. Imagine doing the wedding quest on this day. You'd be like, why are so many people here? Now then, we're to hold out an instrument to the stone. Would you care to do the honors here, Katsu? Yes, let me show it my phone. Or not? Where's the phone? The instrument vibrates rapidly. You've gotten a message. 'Tis done. The information held in the stone has been etched.
As Altic said, these stones are eternal. No matter their shape or location, their nature is unchanging. Together with the monument in the Umpalos, they have remained the same since time immemorial.
'Twas the love that men bear for us, and we for the star, that compelled us to create the monument and the stones. And though men do not know the truth of the stones, they offer them prayer. This act is a manifestation of your bond with us, while the stones are a manifestation of our bond with the star.
And so, by praying to the stones, you effectively cultivate a bond between yourselves and us and the star. Delightful, is it not?
Though we appreciate your eagerness to talk, perhaps we should save some conversation for the destinations to come. If we linger too long in any one place, we are liable to be late to reconvene with the others. Then let us make for the central highlands of Kurthus. Within the Fury's gaze, my own mark awaits. I think it might be the closest to just go to Revenue's Toll and take the extra loading screen. This is the kind of follow-up quest where the only reason that you need to do it is that if you don't do it, then you won't be ready when the next Alliance raid comes out, and then you have to do like a lot more work. And of course the other reason is that if you like the story, then there's more story. There it is, the mark of the Fury. It wouldn't do to burden you constantly. I shall extract the information this time. Looking back, Haloni, you've grown noticeably more imposing this past millennium. There are also more statues in the Heaven of Ice. Oh, but an idea occurs to me, Kaitsu. This time I want you to share what you know about the worship of Haloni. I dare say it will be interesting to hear what mankind thinks of her from your perspective. Are you sure I want to know? You often hear Haloni's name invoked in battle. The church is returning to its roots and moves to separate itself from the state. The Ishgardian Orthodox Church is the heart of faith in the Fury. I think the Haloni's name invoked in battle is the best one. Let's take that one. Ah yes, ever did I feel the people's fervent desire to be strong, that they might protect that which they hold dear. Well now, how very fascinating. 'Tis a fine thing indeed to hear directly from mortals. Still, as much as Haloni loves her children, it troubled her to see them at war with the dragons, to see those who share this star spill each other's blood. As you should well know, Menfina, it isn't our place to judge the fate of mortals. Even when we lend them our aid, we must refrain from intervening in their affairs. Nothing is going on in here right now. Lest there be any doubt, mankind's faith in us is mankind's alone. By your prayers, our forms are become that which they need to be. Oh! Apologies for the wait. Acquired the information, have you? Excellent. Let us proceed to the next mark. Mine! As I recall, it lies near the Steel Vigil, by the cliff west of the entrance. Follow me. Anyway, bye. I will hop at like 2 miles an hour. That is a really interesting detail that they become what they need to be, and Menfina pointed out that Haloni looked a lot more fierce now. So basically, in the first Alliance Raid story, what we observed was that weirdly, all the gods that we faced looked like exactly like their statues and what people depicted them as, like to the letter, precisely as you thought they looked like, despite people never having actually seen the gods. Now, that is perfectly explained if the gods change shape to match what those that believe in them think they look like, think they are like. I think that's very fascinating even to just consider. Well now, aren't we quick? My mark lies just ahead. Let's wait for the others and then continue together. Oh, look, someone's praying. How delightful to see one of my faithful children. Uh-oh. Oh, benevolent goddess, grant me deliverance, I beseech you. Save my soul. Oh no. Oh. You're the one who was hunting down the lambs of Dalamud. Sure. I knew it. Knew you wouldn't stop till you've dealt with every last one of us, and now you've come for me. Ah, to think that this is her will. The lambs of Dalamud? They're the cult that appeared prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, are they not? In the name of their faith, they abducted and sacrificed innocent souls and did not fear death. I've committed no crimes, I swear it. Menfina as my witness. We can actually ask her, you see. In the beginning, we simply prayed to the twin moons for Dalamud to one day shepherd our souls to the bosom of his mistress. But it all changed when Dalamud began turning red. More and more of us began believing that he was our savior, that we must prove our loyalty with our lives, else we would suffer eternal damnation. So that's how your group took on its fanatical ways, and came to be branded a dangerous cult. And at some point, I assume you were tasked with hunting them down. I used to be a merchant in Ul'dah, but timid as I am, I struggled to survive in that cutthroat world. That's why I turned to Menfina. I wanted to bask in her gentle acceptance, and gain courage from her strong and faithful hound. They were my solace, the only way I could be at peace with myself. But they took it from me. My fellows who committed those horrible deeds, and those who reviled me as one of them, they took it away. You're strong, aren't you? Grant me deliverance, I beg you. Judge me and show me the way. What? I just can't bear it anymore. What good is a god I can't see, who won't grant me a thimble of succor no matter how much I pray? Oof. Oof. How's that feel, gods? You mustn't seek in men what you seek in gods. Strong as she is but a mortal. Like you, she's made of flesh and blood and possessed of her own will. Nothing more, nothing less. It avails you not to raise others up while belittling yourself. You are your own person, with a path of your own to walk. Even should you be taken by despair, that you are here now makes you no different from this woman. This is actually quite important, because most people that would have fallen to despair is likely to have died in Endwalker. Just flat out. If you already were despairing, then you might have just died from that. So believe me when I say, all will be well. Keep your faith in Menfina. Believe in her love and grace. And you will surely learn to love others as well as yourself. Please forgive me for my unseemly outburst. I had been feeling lost, and all my anguish came spilling out. It was Menfina herself who brought you here, I'm certain of it. Actually, yeah, it was. To encourage and guide me, taking your words to heart, I'll try searching for new path? Is there a word missing here? I'll try searching for a new path. Should you feel lost again, take to the road. See what is out there. Learn how others live and think, and you are bound to find your way. Blessings be upon you on the road ahead, dear child. Huh? Did you say something? No, the bunny did. Did we, though? Unsolicited though it was, I don't regret saying those words to him. He needed to hear them. But come, Kaiser. This time it's your turn to extract the information. Oh yeah, there's 3 of them. You make me start so that you only have to do 1, right? It is funny how there's not temples built on these monuments. The instrument vibrates rapidly. You've received a message. 3 missed calls. Forgive me, Katsu. I fear I've caused you trouble. I'm relieved to know that you truly are strong, in body and spirit both. Far be it from me to ask this of you, but please do not hold it against that child. We do not wish for our existence to bring grief to our children. Yet no matter which faith, we are who we are because of those who believe in us. My hound is no exception. He was born when men came to worship the object their ancestors cast onto the heavens. We are not all powerful. We can't grant all of mankind's wishes. Nonetheless, we always hear you. No hope is too small, no prayer too faint. I just wanted to make that clear. Lest you forget, we love mankind dearly. But wait, there's more. Divine non-intervention. With this, we have completed our task and may return to the Umphalos. Yet, I can't help but think about Kryl. Grazia seemed to be worried about her, did he not? It was as if something weighed on her mind. Though she is in the company of deities, I find myself worrying too. Whatever it is, there's only one way to find out. True. Yes, I suppose so. If there are no objections, let us seek out Kryl. She is headed to the 12th Wood with Nofika and Björgard, yes? They're presently too far away for us to sense, but we should be able to locate them once in the forest. I see. In that case, let us make for Gridania. We could also just wait for them to come back, but if you're worried, sure. And here we are. Oops. So here we are in Gridania. Can you sense Nofika and Björgard? I do, but something is strange. Indeed, they appear to be in different places. Nofika is the nearer of the two, and is quite close by. I shall go and find her. Wait, you mustn't go off on your own. Ah, confound it all. After her, Kaiser. Ruff. And we continue. There she is. Well now, I wasn't expecting to see you all here. Is aught the matter? You're supposed to be with Kryl and Björgard. Where are they? Oh, we became separated while I was distracted, listening to the elementals. The beings are the voice of those who call the wood home. As I am the patron of this land, they could not help but report to me. You gods can sense each other. Even should you become separated, shouldn't it be a simple matter to find them again? Indeed. It would seem you're keeping something from us, Nofika. Hmm? Oh, Haloni, there's simply no fooling you. Very well, I shall confess all. The child Kryl wanted to visit our stones alone, you see, to complete a task without us watching over her. We merely respected that wish. With her abilities, I do not believe she's in any danger, but the warrior that he is, Björgard decided to follow after her discreetly. Aww. If this is her wish, then indeed we must abide by it. As for Björgard, ah yes, I sensed him in the place men call the South Shroud. One of the stones is situated there, I believe near Camp Tranquil. Let us search that area for Björgard. If we find him, we should find Kryl as well. I think that's really sweet. Big burly Björgard, the builder. He's oh no, I can't leave the little Lalafell alone. She could be in danger, you see. Ow. A broken barrel? Did he build this? You search the broken barrel, but find no god disguised as an adorable critter. Alright. This is not it, someone ran the other way. You scout the undergrowth, but see no signs of Björgard. It must have simply been the wind. What brings you all here? We understand you've been following Kryl. Where is she? Having acquired information from Milestone, she now makes for Althix. I keep my distance to avoid being seen, and was about to continue on when you appeared. Althix Stone is her last destination, is it not? Let us all go and meet her there. If everyone so wishes, then very well. To hasten our passage, I shall call upon Master Ralga's servants to bear the mortals. Ah. That actually occurs to me that they say that the gods say that they're basically what their people, like their believers, think they are, which means in some capacity that they might have the relationships that they have. Like some of them are brother and sister, some of them are master and servant in some capacity, master and student, whatever. Is because people believe that, or is that something they are inherently? I'm pretty sure that would imply that it's because people believe that. It seems we have the use of these hawks. Let's see if we can spot Kryl from above. I will bring our companions, so you needn't worry about them. Are you ready, Kaiser? Yes. Pope Shack says, I mean, I think this a god's rebels lands tremble. Expect high dopamine fights with gods. I don't expect cute pet gods. Well, we already fought the gods. This is the aftermath of us hanging out with cute little god animals. I must thank you, Katza. Talking to you helped me find the resolve to seek out Kryl. No signs of her here. Let's continue on to Althix Stone. There she is. There she is already. She certainly wasted no time. Well now, did you come all this way just to check on me? I've been on edge, worrying that I might stumble into Odin, so you gave me a bit of a fright. Fika tells us that you wish to travel alone. What prompted you to send the guards away? It's difficult to explain. I suppose I want to seek the answers in my own way. As the gods told us, if we wish to know the truth, we must discover it for ourselves. In spite of this, they've seen fit to not only set us upon the right path, but accompany us besides. This bespeaks the faith that they have in man's spirit of inquiry, and it gives me heart. After all, 'tis the selfsame spirit that defines the students of Baldesion. Like everyone, I want to uncover the truth of the 12, to know their aspirations and understand them. And having seen a dear friend embark on countless adventures, I've developed the desire to see and experience the world for myself. There are dangers out there, of course, but I wanted to prove that I could handle them and perform my task. Well, it is just Gridania. I see. Indeed, as much as we can learn from each other, from others, there's no substitute for seeing with one's own eyes. And in yours, I see the gleam of yearning for exploration and discovery. It reveals to me the love you bear for our star, and it makes me glad. Eric? Well, what's this all of a sudden? It's embarrassing when you say such things with a straight face. Right, then. I've yet to acquire the information here, so I'll tend to it at once. Perhaps you'd like to wait for me at Quarry Mill? I can't do it with you guys watching. The reason I'm saying Derek is because he's saying something that sounds very much like something the gods would say, and there's been a theory that Derek might be one of the 12 in disguise. Although that sounds strange given the rules we've been told that they follow, but anything's possible. Let's wait for Kryl here. Nofika and Bjergard are with her, so she will be fine. First demanded Menfina's mark, and now Kryl. In the course of traveling with you and yours, it seems I inevitably end up encroaching upon others' lives. Aye, yours as well, though nothing binds you to me. You've followed me ever since I tended your wounds. You're free to go anywhere, you know. A person's life belongs to that person alone. Others can't be expected to assume responsibility for it, and thus, is it wrong to interfere? Alas, once I've glimpsed someone's heart, I find I can't avert my gaze. It truly is difficult to be amidst people. Can you see what I mean? He sounds very much like the gods, like, oh wow, people! He's just like, I don't want to. It doesn't take too long to extract the information. Kryl should be here any moment now. Apologies for the wait. With that, I've obtained information from all my stones. You've taken care of yours already, yes? Yes. Thank you for worrying about me. Well, it's good to know that I can handle myself. I'm heartened to be doing this with you all. I owe you thanks as well, Bjergard and Nofika, for accepting my request with good grace.
Think not of it. You did well to see your task through, little one.
Indeed. Come, let us all return to the Umphalos. But yeah, the New Alliance raid is really good. It has some really hard mechanics. I believe we wiped on 2 of the bosses. In contrast to the first of the Alliance raids, where I believe when I did it the first time on release day, I believe it was on release day, it only took, like, I think we only wiped on the second boss to a knockback mechanic people weren't prepared for. So there's that. You took your time, Kaiser. Did something happen? Ah, so you rendezvoused with Kryl. How was your experience with the gods, if I may ask? Not only did you help a disillusioned man find his way, you looked in on Kryl besides. Thank you, Kaito, and you as well, Derek. I fear I overstepped my bounds, but what's done is done. What do you mean? That doesn't make any sense. We shall return to our sanctums. You have our gratitude for the delightful time. By holding your instruments out to the monument, you will be able to augment the missing information. Be well, dear children. Shall we then? Ah yes, my phone. Just to get you caught up on this, Pokeshack, we were told to imagine a thing that holds information. And these people imagined books and one imagined a parchment. The Warrior of Light imagines a tombstone, basically a phone, and I think it was so funny. The expression on the Warrior of Light's face is also just perfect. Amazing! What was impossible to decipher now is now Amazing! What was impossible to decipher is now crystal clear. Without further ado, I shall read out the epigraph. Yeah, you do the honors. As beings who endure by the will of the star, we are susceptible to the influence of hopes and prayers. Thus do we commit our yokes herein, lest we stray from our purpose. He who is named Birgott shall preside over construction. His duty, to fortify the works of men and encourage them to build. He who is named Ralgar shall preside over destruction. His duty, to galvanize the star's beating heart and facilitate mankind's regeneration. What does that have to do with destruction? She who is named Azima shall preside over the sun. A duty, to nurture its life-giving light and illuminate the truth for all to see. He who is named Nalthal shall preside over the subterrane. His duty, to make gleam the riches hidden in the darkest depths and in men themselves. She who is named Nofika shall preside over fertility. Her duty, to fill the land with life and prepare a path of peace and plenty. He who is named Althic shall preside over space and time. His duty, to endow the star with material vigor that mankind's march may never cease. She who is named Halone shall preside over the glaciers. Her duty, to hold the melted ice at bay and imbue men with constancy and tranquility. She who is named Menfina shall preside over the moon. Her duty, to perpetuate the turning of night and day and foster love in the hearts of all. I feel like many of them are like, oh yeah, you preside over this. And, well, we have a list of duties. Take 2. He who is named Thaliak shall preside over the rivers. His duty, to quench the thirst of men and water their minds with wisdom. We needed him in the Nofika fight, I feel like. She who is named Nemea shall preside over the stars. Her duty? To preserve the celestial fabric of the seasons and weave the threads of men's lives. She who is named Limlane shall preside over the seas. Her duty? To administer the tides and inspire men to come together as one and seek new horizons. He who is named Oshon shall preside over the mountains. His duty? To sustain the breath of the firmament and in wandering share in men's solitude. He who is unnamed shall watch unflinching. His duty, to stand guard over his charge, always and unto the end. A third one. There the epigraph concludes. We've been given quite a lot to ponder. Hopes and prayers influencing their nature. Have you any thoughts on the contents of the epigraph, Katza? The prayers of her faithful made Halone more imposing. The worship of Dalamud brought forth Menfina's hound. I feel like the prayers of her faithful made Halone more imposing is the more exact example. You mean to say that prayers have changed the 12 into their present forms? That is rather hard to believe, is it? Given what we now know of Dynamis, I believe it is entirely possible. In the presence of that energy, hopes and prayers have more tangible results than one might expect. True. Its power may be curbed upon our star, but over thousands of years of worship it could have influenced the gods in various ways. Ways such as that which Kaito just described, for one. Others that come to mind are Halone's shield and spear, which reflect her status as a goddess of war, and Nemea's spinning wheel, which is an apt apparatus for a goddess of fate. Thus did they create this monument, this yoke, that they might never lose sight of their duty, no matter how much they may change. I'm inclined to agree with Ra. The gods wrote that they endure by the will of the star. Who that refers to, we all know who will. Hydaelyn. By sundering reality, she must have known that she would shake the very foundation of existence. Anticipating the potential chaos, I suspect she charged her collaborators with maintaining stability. If this is true, then might not the 13th unnamed being be the Watcher on the Moon? Ah! The pieces certainly fall into place. I wonder if he would be willing to share what he knows. As it stands, we've yet to encounter 3 gods. As there's no telling what may happen once we fought them all, I believe we should try to uncover as much of the truth as we can, the better to know how to proceed. To that end, ere we seek out the Watcher, Ra and I shall return to Sharlayan to compile our findings, the data from the analyzer not least of all. To think that the investigation might lead us to the moon! I eagerly look forward to the next stage of our fieldwork. Ah. Katsu, like as not, yet more grueling encounters with the gods await. You should rest up and gather your strength. For about 8 months. Not long now ere we arrive at the truth. Hmm. For the longest time I've journeyed alone, not involving myself in the affairs of others. But I've enjoyed our time together. You've undertaken the investigation with all earnestness, and it has been a pleasure to be part of it. When I imagine the moment we must part ways, I can't help but be saddened, and it surprises me that I feel that way. Forgive me, I didn't mean to wax sentimental. If you'll excuse me, I shall head out for some fresh air. I would imagine that this might be the place with some of the freshest air in the universe, but sure, Derek. There he goes again. Katsu, do you suppose you could follow after him? I can't quite say why, but I feel as though he'll suddenly vanish one day, never to return. That is also an option. The theory that he might be a god in disguise. One thing. Alternatively, he might be a completely separate entity to that, and his entire purpose in life was to lead us to the gods. Like this. And once he's done that, he has no purpose left. And the reason why I keep saying that he feels he oversteps his bounds is because he's only supposed to do the bare necessities to get us to that conclusion. Oh, it says you, Katsu. What is it? Snogheim's worried that I'll suddenly vanish, you say? Well, as the saying goes, all things must come to an end, whether we will it or no. When our work is finished, we must go our separate ways. Doing so will sadden me, as you know. Yet, that sadness is part of the joy I have derived from our companionship. So, I will accept it when the time comes, and strive with you to the last. Huh? As you know, my friend, I would rather you live your own life, but having helped you, I won't send you away against your will. Well, you are a busy woman, so I won't keep you. As before, rest assured I will share with you any tidings I receive from Kryl. Take care, my friend, and see you again in due course. About 8 months. And that was that, and this was this. Right. Oh wow. It is all the wear and tear on my newly acquired gear today from a full day's gaming. Wow. Now, that was precisely what I set out to do tonight, and we managed to get it done just in time based on when I normally finish. Also, that is a unique pose. Why does he look that much like Mr. Sloppy? Anyway. On that note, as we always do with these kinds of, or these streams, that means that we're reaching the end. And that means that if you have anything you would like to talk about, anything you would like to ask me about, you're welcome to do so. I'll keep the stream going for a little bit to answer any questions. And you don't have to worry about if it's a long question or something. And it could be about the story that we experienced, it can be about Paladin, it can be about a different job that got significant changes. If you are interested in that. Or it can be not a question. Anyway, to fill that time, let me just refer to the fact that you will see in the top of the chat there is a link to a Discord. That is this YouTube channel's community Discord server. So, if you would like to keep contact with some of the wonderful people you've met here on the stream, that is a great place to do that. It's also a great place to ask me something on the fly. And if you like to watch the channel, but sometimes find it difficult to follow what's happening, instead of having to follow, like, checking the community page on my YouTube channel or hope that the YouTube algorithm randomly gives you my schedule, you can go on that Discord and there will be an entire channel dedicated to the weekly schedule. And there will be an entire channel dedicated to highlighting when there's something new coming out. Like, for example, a stream or a video. And sometimes it's a little bit earlier that one is highlighted compared to on YouTube. Because, for example, video premieres are on YouTube something that I mention like shortly before they come out, like really shortly before. But on the Discord, I put them on like as a reminder when I create the premiere itself, which can be hours before. Which can be helpful if you really want to see it on time. Yeah, I think that's mainly it. What I wanted to talk about. Beyond that, I hope to have a starter guide for this new Paladin style ready by tomorrow, sometime tomorrow. And then we'll see how quickly I can get around to making the advanced Paladin guide. It would be really nice if I can get it ready by Thursday, but I can't promise anything because that is, in terms of amount of stuff I need to prepare, that is far into the future, it feels like. But we'll take it by then. On that note, it seems like there are no questions, or everyone fell asleep. So what I will say is thank you all so much for watching through the stream. If you're from the future, thank you for watching this stream VOD of me clearing the 6.3 main quest and the alliance raid that released alongside it. And as I say, good night, or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you all so much for watching, and I have nothing else left to add. So good night. And see you all very, very soon. Goodbye.